allergic to dogs, so I'm like, you stay out there. Give me one room. I want one room.
Whole house. Give me this room.
Oh boy. Well, let me get things situated on my end here because I have to get everything kind of like put in place here. I gotta get my tissues in the right place just in case I start losing control here. Things start falling off the rails. And I've got my 2 organic crisp apple 100% juice boxes. We're ready to go again.
It's good.
Yeah, I can taste it.
It's great. I'm so excited. But, hey, some quick announcements, some quick news. First of all, assuming this session goes as planned, again, assuming this session goes as planned, trademark, TM, copyright.
Why are you even finishing that sentence? I mean, honestly.
I'll knock on wood, bud.
Yeah, assuming this goes as planned, we will be doing our one-shot next week. So start in your head, start dreaming up fun, new, like, you know, slightly evil, goblinoid-ish character ideas. And get ready to go on a goblin raiding party next week. Assuming things go as planned. So I just assume that that's going to happen next week. I'm not entirely sure, but I am about 60% sure we'll make it there. And that's good enough for me to announce it. There's that. I don't know. Not much else. I'm glad everybody's here. I'm glad everybody's doing well, you know. Glad we've all survived. There's been like tons. I don't know if like you guys live. There's been storms everywhere, but my God, we've been just drowning in rain and thunder and all kinds of things falling from the sky. So, you know, glad you guys aren't dead.
It's currently 101 right now.
Yeah, it's been like
Some rain.
nothing but heat up here too.
Ugh. Well, it's
like we went up to like 111 or 113 earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Those are words I never want to hear. Ugh. 100. Ugh. I've only ever experienced like 100+ degree temperatures a couple times in my life, and every single time it's been awful. Yeah, not great. But, luckily the rain has been keeping it cool, if not very humid, around here, so that's good. Okay, alright, for some reason I was just getting random notifications from one of my friends. They're just freaking out about nothing. Which is fairly standard, fairly typical. Alright, so, who would like to do a quick little recap of last session? I mean, as if we need it. But who would like to do a quick little, like, oh, hey, remember the giant tree?
Shit gets a little fucked.
Yeah. Basically, we had a heart-to-heart. Helio grew a tree. Lady Agatha ran away or was kidnapped or was just like, you know what, screw all this. I'm going to kill a dragon. And now we're in Amphil trying to find her.
That sounds about right to me. Jesus, what's going on?
Can I just point out that if somebody...
Go ahead, sorry.
Somebody kidnapped... I just want to point out that if somebody kidnapped Lady A, we would know about it because they would give her back. Pretty just wanted to throw that out. He's sure she left voluntarily.
Yeah, they would like they'd be like a postage stamp like in the mail, like somebody say like, hey guys, couldn't keep this for very much longer. But assuming things go as planned, again, fingers crossed. Assuming things go as I'm pretty sure they're going to go, then you guys will be guinea pig testing something for me tonight. Won't that be fun?
Nice.
Yeah, very
Are you
exciting.
gonna tell us what it is, or just gonna test it?
No, I'll test it, and then after the session, because I'm planning again, fingers crossed. The session will probably end a little bit early. So that way not only we can have time to kind of like run any character ideas past each other that we want to like, oh hey, you know, I want to be a goblin that like, I don't know, eats carrots for a living, you know, or something, I don't know. Not only so that you guys have time to like make that happen, you know, but also just so I can question and see how things have gone with the guinea pig test I'm doing. So we'll see. We'll see. But without further ado, let me get some ambiance. Let's see. That's good ambiance. I'm digging that ambiance. Ambiance. There's some ambiance.
No.
Alright, so we left off last week, very specifically, we were dealing with the town of Amphail. We were tracking down where Lady A may have gone, and we were following various leads. But we were also exploring, at least very briefly, the Amphail Farmers Market, which has, I would say by this point, come into full swing. There are, like, you know, tons of people, you know, out in the streets, tons of stalls everywhere, tons of, like, you know, little attractions and I guess, like, games and things like that. It's a very, you know, lively scene. And I think Vesper was talking to our Winter Legend friend. Yes. And Finch was in the tavern living it up with our knife-throwing boy.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Haster before I left him to go back to the tavern if he's going to be staying at the festival all 10 days, and if not, or if so, where he plans on going afterwards.
He is going to be staying at the festival all 10 days, he will assure you, and he says that afterwards he's going to go... That's a good question where he's going to go. He'll probably, I guess he'll think about it for a while, and after sort of pondering the question, he'll say that he's probably going to go... Let me pull up Haster's notes here. Boop, boop, boop. Where's my special boy? There he is. He is probably going to go up to Mirabar, probably. He's probably going to go back up to Mirabar, say goodbye to some friends up there, and he's probably going to return to the Feywild. Ooh.
Okay. Sweet. That's it. And then I'll go back to see everybody else in the tavern.
Okay, alright, works for me. Everyone else. The tavern is as we left it last session, although particularly less covered in snot than it was before. There is still copious amounts of knife throwing, and musical instruments being played, and merriment had by all.
I just imagine like the Titanic scene where they're like all dancing and with like violin music, and that's like Finch playing her violin.
And just going off on the violin.
But yes, it is very lively, very, very nice. I'm just pulling up the... There it is. Alright. But, after that, I guess you guys are pretty much free to explore the town should you want to. Or if you guys want to make your way somewhere else. I am...
Much of the day do we have left since we left Rassilon?
It's pretty early on. It's early days here. I remember you guys I remember that you guys arrived fairly early in the morning, if memory serves. So I think that the day is young. But I will say that at this point, people are kind of like coming out of their houses. There are, like carriages coming into town. There are like people are beginning to arrive and like have fun around town. And this is very much like an all-day event. It's like, from dusk till dawn, or from dawn till dusk. Yeah, I said it backwards. It is a very, very lively event. Like lots of music, lots of events, games, things like that. Lots and lots of things happening.
Okay. I go find Finch.
Finch is having a jolly good time.
I'm just
Jolly
gonna,
good
like,
time.
I'm probably gonna piss off a bunch of like people in the tavern, but I'm just gonna like try to get her to stop playing the violin for a minute so I can like talk to her.
I will say that yes, when you kind of when you pull Finch aside, there is like copious amounts of like, oh man, oh well, now the party's over. All right, well, back to just drinking alcohol. Nothing to see here. And I will say that like when you pull Finch aside, assuming Finch comes, our good friend, what's his name? I gotta bring up his name again. Frath Shamblestar. He will try tossing another dagger towards a target on the wall, and it just won't be the same. Like everybody will kind of be like, oh yeah, nice, that was cool.
Damn right it will.
Yeah, they'll be like, that was cool, that was fun. Like there'll be some like light cheering, but there won't be like the same like uproarious like the music and the knife throwing and the drumming and the violin playing and the dancing. It's just not the same, so people just kind of like settle down after a little bit.
Okay.
Vesper, did you find anything out?
Yes, I did. So we should all get together to talk because there's no more time to be wasted. But we also really need to spend some time trying to find Faenda and Awen before we lose them. If they're still here, I don't know. He said they came through. Whether or not they're still here or outside somewhere, I don't know. But we should walk and talk.
Oh, all right. Where are Yuri and Helio?
I don't know.
I don't know. Where are Yuri and Helio? What would they be doing during this time?
Still
I
in the
assume the
town.
tavern.
Would
Yeah, I
something-
assume we followed Finch to the tavern, but it could be wrong.
I think.
Yeah.
Is there anything You said there's games and stuff going on in the town.
Oh yeah. You could. I mean, like there's games. There's like people selling stuff. It's like a very much like a county fair type deal.
Is there like a little overhang outside the tavern?
Yes, I would say that there is like a nice little
Up high,
shaded
kind of
area.
where people wouldn't bother him.
Yeah.
I think he'd be sitting on that, watching the kids play the games.
Okay. All right.
Would I have seen
Yeah,
him when
I
I went back to the tavern then, if he was outside?
Helio's pretty distinct, so I would say you could pick Helio out of a crowd. So I'll say unless Helio is doing something actively to conceal their appearance, I'll say that you can pretty easily see Helio sitting up there.
Okay.
I don't think he would. He would just be high enough to where someone couldn't just walk by and grab him.
Yeah. Bird height, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want more festive ambiance. This ambiance is not festive enough. I googled fantasy Hamlet ambiance because I thought maybe there'd be some fun noises in the background, but this is just birds.
But just birds.
Birds. They're not festive.
Finch is a festive bird.
Finch is a festive bird. I like him.
If Finch was a bird, she'd be a peacock.
Aw. Or a goldfinch.
It's not as colorful.
Oh shit, you're right. But they are a lot noisier. Actually, no. Peacocks scream like fucking
Bloody
an
murder.
old mountain. Yeah, it's up there with mountain lions.
Yeah.
Also, peacocks like to steal food. You like to steal instruments.
Yeah.
Ah, this is good ambiance. There it is. We got it. This is much better ambiance.
Yeah.
This is the ambiance we need.
Oh boy.
Nope.
Lively ambiance. There we go.
Oh man, it sounds like festivals back in Japan. I'm
Yeah,
digging it.
Yori would have. Yeah, Yori's looking very overwhelmed. A lot of noise. I think he would have walked into the tavern, but as soon as everyone started going crazy for the music, he would have walked back out. Then he would have seen Helio and then like done that awkward thing where he's like, "Well, now I don't want to be outside, but I don't want to go back in."
I'll say
So
that
he's just sort of
there are like
scary.
quiet areas of the tavern where you could like there's like quiet little like booths and corners where you could kind of just like lie down and kind of like have a little break if you wanted to. It's a big old building. It's big and kind of oddly shaped, so there's a lot of like weird little alcoves that like you could kind of like duck into and kind of just relax should you want to.
No, that's not an option currently. If Vesper's not with the party, I would be on the outside waiting for her to come back and keeping an eye on Helio.
Okay.
Just seeing if I see any more bean-shaped things in his fucking hands. Just kind of like suspiciously keeping an eye on you, Helio. Like keep looking over at you.
I mean, he doesn't have to touch the beans to activate them.
Glad that's out of character because that doesn't make Yori feel any better. That wouldn't make him feel any better. So yeah, I'm outside, I guess, and then I'll just wait for Vesper and then follow.
Okay.
Actually, I'll probably just stay outside. I won't follow Vesper. I won't follow Vesper, and I'll stay outside with Helio.
Okay. All right. So Vesper, you would know that both of your friends are outside.
Alright. Let's go walk and talk, Finch, and try and go find Feindar and Aaron.
Hell yeah.
I'll go outside and I'll make eye contact with Helio and I'll just be like, turning my head, come on, man.
he would just kind of like drift down. He's watching the games being played as he leaves, just not watching where he's flying.
So, I found out some information about this so-called dragon of the north that apparently makes its way occasionally, once in a blue moon. Who knows if it's anytime soon? Nobody's heard anything. Down here in the Sword Mountains, a little bit north of here, northwestish. Yeah. So, if Lady Agatha's gone after a dragon and Feindar and Eowyn are going after a dragon, then they could be going there. However, I also want to stress that what's going on in Golden Fields we know is going on right now and should take precedence over whatever this dragon is. And if we go there, we could meet Harshnag, and if we meet Harshnag, maybe we can get him on our side to help us go try and find Lady Agatha or go to the Sword Mountains and check out this dragon, whatever it is.
Hey Helio,
It's going to
really quick, while you're listening to this, give me an like a history or survival check.
Okay, let me bring Helio's. I will do history. Yeah. Okay.
So you know that Harshnag definitely is a giant, and you also know that Harshnag, as a giant, would probably never pass up an opportunity to fuck up a giant, like a dragon, because they're not exactly great friends, giants and dragons. So you can assume that if you find Harshnag, you'll find a very valuable ally in any dragon fighting.
Okay. I'd say I would tell Vesper this and be like, but dragons and giants don't like each other, so we should probably go for the giant.
Any other takers?
I mean, I don't want to. I'd like to see if Lady A is with Vendel and is with them, but I do recognize the situation.
We could spend the day. Amphil's not that big, even though it may be crowded. Finding a sea elf or asking people around if they've seen a sea elf
may be easy. And again, not a big city. If need be, we could split up and go ahead and do that.
All right. I'd rather not split up just for safety's sake, but
I mean, we could be within visual distance of each other, just like talking to other people instead of just all being a single group. You know, we could split off 2 and 2, but still see each other across the way. And just start
Alright.
going down vendor to vendor. Have you seen a sea elf?
Could I possibly... Let me see what I've got to work with. Could I possibly prestidigitation a picture of the seal?
Yeah, I would say you could pretty easily do that.
Okay. And I'd use that and be like, have you seen this elf?
Gotcha. Alright, so is the plan to split up or go together?
Helio's not going alone.
yeah.
Not much.
I'm just
I
gonna
grab
stand in
Julio
the
and go.
middle and try to keep eyes on everybody. I'm gonna stay in the middle of these, like, Finch and I guess Vesper. Because I'm not good at talking to people. So I don't know why anyone thinks I'm gonna do that.
Then Yuri is with me.
I'm taking Helio.
Alright.
Fuck.
The only other thing I will say is I will need you guys to pick a direction that you guys are going to be traveling in as I get rid of the grid on this map. There we go.
Well, if we're coming out of this tavern,
Yes.
I guess. This is just my assumption. Just going down and then like around. I don't know
Okay.
what you guys think.
One of us goes north, the other goes south.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we can do that, and then just like circle around. Like, wait, I keep zooming this map. Whoever goes north can like double back on the other side, and then like go around in this circle, and then we'll just like kind of meet in the middle type of thing. Circling all the way back towards the inn here. Does that make
Alright.
sense?
Yeah.
So, which way was Haster? Haster was south or
Haster
north?
is like right here, like right at this little like
Oh, right at the beginning.
yeah,
Okay.
right here.
Cool, cool, cool.
And then the dwarf that you talked to is about right here-ish.
Okay. Then I'll take Helio, and we'll make our way like this way, and then circle back here.
Okay. And I'm assuming that Yuri and Finch are kind of going to go like around this path is the plan.
Yeah, kind of get some of up there
Ah, okay. All
as
right.
well.
Awesome. Then we will do Finch and Yuri first, because as soon as you guys walk out of the tavern, you guys kind of make a plan, you guys start walking this way, and the first thing you see is in this patch of, like, you know, dirt and kind of like, it's up on a hill a little bit, and it's surrounded by a small fence, and there's like a big crowd of people all gathered around. And in the center of the ring, there are two people like wrestling each other. There's one person in very fancy, frilly clothes, which Finch you would recognize almost immediately. And even Yuri you probably would recognize as well as like Chultan clothes. Very traditional, like very like colorful feathers and like lots of like gold inlays and things like that. And then there's a more like not like averagely dressed half orc wrestling this woman. And after a moment, the woman comes out on top, kind of like, you know, wrestles him to the ground, holds him down for a minute, and everybody like cheers and is like, you know, erupts in like a big applause. And then she gets like she takes like a big like trophy and not like a trophy, but like a belt, and kind of like holds it up in the air, and then kind of like yells something to the crowd, and then like another person steps up to challenge her.
Well, do you want to search there?
Just following you.
All
Just
right,
do
then.
behind you. You're better at talking to people.
That is an accurate statement. So yeah, I guess we go check out the battle arena thing.
Okay, all right. You get over there, and it is a very like it's just pretty much just like a pit of kind of like mud and dirt. Again, surrounded by like a small fence, and it's up on like a hill. And there is now a like this like the well dressed fancy woman is still in there, and then there is a there's like a halfling, I would say, like a kind of like well built, kind of like stout halfling, kind of like wrestling, to no avail really. That she kind of like picks the halfling up and like kind of tosses him out of the ring pretty much, and it's a quick fight. And after beating him, she says, "Delara the Younger remains undefeated yet again," and then everybody like cheers and like oh yeah, Delara the Younger, yeah.
Ooh, do I recognize the name Delara the Younger?
Make me a history check.
Ooh, I'm supposed to be good at those. Let's see.
Oh, hell yeah, you do. So, way back, in your, performance career, you've heard tales of, famous wrestlers, that have kind of, traveled around and have, gained glory for themselves by, just being very good at wrestling. And you remember, from, tales of, these people, there was one called Delara, and she was a Chultan native who traveled around the Sword Coast and wrestled people, up and down the Sword Coast, super good at what she did. It's said that she wrestled a giant to the ground, and, held it there and, won the match against, a giant itself. Very famous, and, that this was approximately 100 years ago, and she was a human, so she's probably dead now, but you can assume this may be a grandchild, some relative, maybe just a big fan.
Ooh, okay. Does it look like she's leaving the ring right now, or is she still standing in there?
She'll stand in there and she'll kind of wait for another challenger. She'll call out who would like to challenge Delara the Younger and her infamous strength, and there'll be mumbles amongst the crowd, and you might see some guys kind of oh hey, you should go in there and you should see if you can do it. It's no, I don't want to get my fucking ass beat, dude. What are you kidding me? And then somebody might eventually get shoved into the ring, kind of they're drunk and they're kind of just stumbling in, but she's just kind of she's making quick work of all these people. They'll wrestle for about 1 or 2 minutes, everybody will cheer, and then she'll knock them to the ground. She's not really putting up much of a fight. Yeah. About 10% of her power is enough to knock out just about anybody that's watching.
I'll lean over to Yuri. Hey, weird sense here, but I think we might want to talk to her. Any chance you want to get in there and, how do I politely say, kick her ass so she stops trying to stand there? Do that. Just go in there, fight her, hopefully win.
Yuri just looks at you like he can't believe you're asking him to do this. I thought we were coming over here because this is how we know that Lady Agatha's not in this town anymore, because she would be in the middle of that fucking ring, right? That's why I thought
exactly.
We were here. You want me to go in there?
Yes, if Lady A was here, she was definitely here. And the best person to ask is the person standing in the middle yelling loudly for challengers. And I can definitely get an audience with her, but...
He just sighs. Really don't want to fight anybody right now, but okay.
If it makes you feel better, I can do it.
Fight her? You think that would make you feel better?
No, but then you won't have to fight her.
That's my job, right? And I just kind of turn around and I'll go up to this terrifying... Describe this person again. Terrifying person.
She is a woman with I would say very tannish, kind of leathery skin. She's She's fairly young, but she's she's also very like well traveled, and she looks like older than I think that she like actually is. You know, like she kind of looks maybe like a bit older than she's dressed in a very like frilly kind of like feathery like outfit of Chultan design with like big sort of like peacock like feathers like like around like the neck, kind of creating like a mane. There's like this like big gold necklace. She's very like just like if you can imagine how like in popular culture like how like Aztec outfits are like designed. Imagine something like that. And she's kind of just like talking to the crowd, kind of like maybe she'll grab like a towel from like one of the like from the fence and will kind of like wipe some sweat off of her face. Just kind of like get ready for another round.
Does she look human?
Yes.
I will walk over to her and then just keep like looking behind my shoulder at Finch.
Okay.
Just thumbs up, messaging to Yuri. You got this. Ask her about Lady A.
Can you come like with me? Like relatively.
It is really muddy in there. There's a lot of mud.
You just asked me to go get my ass kicked. Get your fucking boots dirty.
You will do great. You are going to do great.
You're like arguing from like 50 feet away through a message.
Yeah. Oh,
okay,
I think I'm having some connection issues. Have fun.
I just narrow my eyes at Finch.
Avoiding eye contact.
I turn around and I walk up to this terrifying woman.
When you approach her, she'll kind of like spin around, and she'll like look you up and down, and she'll say, "Are you the next challenger of Dalara the Younger?"
Yep. I think yes. Could you ask me if? Nope. I need to ask you a question. Have you seen? There was a woman who might have been through town who definitely would have wanted to fight you if she saw you. And then I'll describe Lady A poorly. Human, I'll basically just describe the person in front of me, but then like slightly change it a little bit.
Right.
Like compare everything. Like you, but taller, like your hair, but like this, but like this.
Yeah. She'll think
very loud, for sure would have wanted to fight you. Would have made loud statements about Lady Zyma.
Once you say the word Zyma, that will immediately she'll light up, and she's like, "Ah, yes, I remember that challenger. She didn't ever mention her name, but quite strong she was. Of her fate, I know not, but she did step into the ring, and a draw it was."
Okay. He looks a little interested at that. When was this? When did she leave?
She'll think for a minute, and she'll say time escapes you when you are of somebody of my fame and level of skill. But it must have been yesterday. The festival began then, and that's when I start accepting challengers. So yeah, I think it was yesterday.
Okay, that's helpful. He says. Okay, so do we have to fight now?
She looks confused, and she'll say only if you want to, friend. This is, after all, for the good of the town, for the good of the people, putting on a show.
I reach back behind my back and I pat the top of the maul that I have attached to my back, and I go, weapons or fisticuffs?
She says no, I'm a wrestler, you see. Weapons aren't really my strong suit.
Okay. I'll take the maul off my back, and I'll put it out to the side, and I'll I guess climb into the ring or whatever and start taking my hands out and like limbering up a little bit. And I'm
Okay.
just like
Just-
looking at Finch.
I'm just
after
gonna
all
yell,
this. Just like,
"Oh,
I hope you're
fantastic."
happy.
Give her a bardic inspiration.
All right, works for
Nope.
me. Give
That'll
me
come
one
in handy.
second to pull something up here.
Me or the the other wrestler?
No, I give it to Yuri. I give it to Yuri.
Okay.
I give it to Yuri.
Okay. Did you think about that for a second?
A little.
Okay. Just the cup for this one.
Let me. All right. How I have this written out is you guys will basically just make contested athletics checks until somebody wins 3, and then at that point that will be declared the victor. So you can make an athletics check, and she'll make one against you, and then the first person to win 3 wins the wrestling match.
Okay. Now I want to roll athletics, but hold on a second. It might automatically roll advantage, but I don't think I would rage with it. I don't know if I can take that off. Yeah, I think it'll do it automatically. I don't know what to do about that because I have the settings off for it, but should I just roll 3 in a row, or?
We'll just do one at a time. And so I will say, in the first sort of like, first seconds of the round, you kind of like climb in, and, you're kind of still like, you're still kind of getting used to it. Like the ground's a little slippery, you're kind of like slipping and sliding about, and she'll kind of like tackle you and kind of bring you to the ground. And you'll kind of like squirm away, kind of like, get some mud on your back and kind of like get away from her, but then you'll kind of like hop back to your feet, and you're ready for round 2.
I'm just gonna roll regular dice on this, and then add 6 to that, so 17.
17. All right. It's at this point when you kind of realize, like, maybe here's how you got it. Here's how you do it. Here's I'm an orc. You're a human. I got this. Easy. And you kind of like rush in, and you do a very similar maneuver where you kind of like you like tackle her to the ground, but you have like kind of like a weight advantage, and as well you also kind of like aren't used to like the footing, so you like slip and fall on the mud a little bit, and that like increases your momentum as you kind of like tackle her into the ground. And she kind of like flails around for a minute and is trying to get out from under your like size when she can't really, like, she's trying and she squirms about, but she manages to kind of like throw you off and like get ready for another go.
Hey.
Okay, I'm gonna use it's a D6 for your bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and use that. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
No!
Well,
Mom,
she
I said I didn't want to fight. To be fair.
Yeah, so that instinct is kind of kicking in again. Like, you're kind of like, man, I don't want to fight. I didn't want to do this, And so you're just kind of like, you kind of like back off a little bit, and you're like, listen, like, you kind of like saw that, like, you overpower her in a sense, Like, you kind of saw that with that last, like, move that you did. And you kind of think, like, okay, maybe I should, like, pull my punches a little bit. But just when you think that, then she kind of like she goes in and gets like a 1-2 like jab right into your chest, and then like not into your chest, and like your gut, and she kind of like knocks you to your like right under your behind, and then she kind of like turns around and does like a cheer to the crowd, like, aha, look at me, I've bested the half orc, I've done it.
Yep, that tracks. It's kind of kneeling in the mud, like nodding, like, yep, that sounds about right. I'll get up. Super fucking muddy now. I'll give her a nod and say thank you for entertaining my friend, and I'll just kind of nod in the direction of Finch.
She will
Finch is...
Were you gonna say something, or?
No, Finch is still cheering for Yuri.
Okay. She'll like bow, like, before you, and she'll say like, oh no, thank you for participating, friend. You are an able fighter, that is for sure. Surely my mother would have been proud to fight someone of your strength. And I'm sure whatever god you worship, or whatever people you follow, are proud to call you an ally and a companion.
He actually kind of just like looks like takes that a little like he kind of viscerally looks like he got hit again, and then he just sort of nods, grabs his maul, and turns and walks off back to Finch.
I will say that during this entire time, while you're wrestling and while she's kind of like talking to you, the crowd is still like cheering. And there are people cheering for you, Yuri. There are people like, yeah, the orc, yeah, you did it, nice. You know, you like, you get the sense that you went longer in the ring against this lady than like anyone else had the entire day. And from what you've seen, that's about the case. Like, most people kind of step in, they go about like, 10, 15 seconds, and they just get like, they just get whooped. But you stood a little bit longer, which everybody like got a kick out of.
Yeah, he doesn't feel that way. He genuinely feels like he just got his ass kicked by a little girl, and he like knew it was, he like is fine with it happening, but like now that it happened, he's like, I didn't like it. He knew it was gonna happen, but just walks back to bed, looks down at his mud-covered self, kind of like he's like,
You did great, and I'll just press the digitation him a little.
Okay, all right.
I was waiting for that. Thank you. He like holds his hands out, like, do the thing.
All right.
All right, let's go find the others, and I'll fill Finch in. Yeah, Lady A did challenge that human wrestler person whose name I totally wrote down. Yesterday, they think, maybe. Time. Wonky, I don't know.
Alright. Well, she was here yesterday, then she has to be somewhat close by. Maybe Vesper and
Can I?
Really are having more luck.
Can you?
Yuri will kind of slow down and reach out and like stop Finch. Can I ask why we're still trying to find her? I don't mean to be rude, but Vesper told her to leave and she left. You shot fire at her. So I think it's fair to say if she wanted to be found, she wouldn't have left. Maybe. I'm really bad at reading people, but I feel like maybe doesn't want to be found.
I know, and she might not, but at the very least, it's not like her to run from a fight. I mean,
I don't think she's running from a fight. I think she is running towards a fight.
I know.
But I'm the one that said she was going to get us killed, so maybe she thinks it's best to go on her own.
Either way, if she's trying to take a dragon on her own, the least I can do for her is try and either tell her not to or try to keep her alive long enough to get out.
Yuri doesn't know a polite way to say what he wants to say, so he's going to keep his mouth shut. I'll just nod.
All right.
Okay, I'll find the others.
All right.
I have to get my cat on the floor. Dude, I love you, but, like...
Cat.
Cat, please. I love you. Okay, all right, fine. You just want to sit on my shoulder? That's okay. Yuri, not Yuri, Vesper and Helio. Your adventure is also cut pretty short, as you see your friends kind of walking up towards this wrestling thing. You are stopped by Haster again, Vesper, and I'm trying to remember. Did you ask Haster about Lady A last time?
I did, and he said he wasn't really interested in talking about other stuff. He just wanted to talk to me.
All right. He will after like he'll stop you and he'll say if you have a moment, I remembered something about your friend.
What is it?
He'll kind of like he's working on a tattoo for some client, and he'll kind of like stop after a moment, and kind of gesture to it, showing both you and get on the floor. If you're gonna bite my hand, you're not allowed. Go away. He'll gesture to his work like so far, and it's it's a fairy dragon, and it's like lots of different colors. The ink kind of like shines in like the sun and kind of like glows in different colors. And then he kind of like cups his hands over it, and then like kind of like a glow in the dark kind of like bracelet or something. It like glows a little bit with the like once the sunlight shines on it. He kind of like before he says anything, he like looks to both you and Helio like, isn't this amazing? Isn't my work quite outstanding? I think this is one of my best ones yet.
Well, to see if this is I don't know. Helio knows what a fairy dragon is, right?
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure. How well done is this tattoo in the likeness of a fairy dragon?
In a stylized way, it's very, very good. Like, in a realistic depiction way, it's not great. But it's more like a stylized, like, it shows, like, a fairy dragon, like, kind of, like, tucking and weaving through, like, a big, like, overgrown forest, like, casting various bits of magic, it's like it's more of, like, a representation of, like, the spirit of a fairy dragon, less so, like, an anatomical, like, dissection of the fairy dragon.
Okay. Helio would whisper to Vesper, "They don't really look like that."
But after a moment of kind of like letting you guys admire the work that he's done, he'll say, I do seem to remember your friend, the lady with the long blonde hair, loud voice and such. I do seem to remember one of my colleagues here, the priest here in town. He was talking about some odd person that stopped in just yesterday with a couple of companions with them. Unfortunately, I don't remember much more. But if you would like to follow up on that lead, just go behind my stall. And once you see like the kind of like dead big old tree, just look for like the building with the blue roof over here. And I'll kind of gesture towards it.
Perfect. I'll gesture to Helio and start making my way down there.
It'll be sketched out, but follow along.
Before we get there, though, I just wanted to talk to Helio real quick and just be like, you know that man we just talked to, Pastor, he was telling me earlier he's planning to go back home. I know how much you want to go back home.
Really?
It won't be for some time, though. He needs to go up north for a bit to Mirbar, but he says after that he's going home.
And Helio would think about this for a little bit.
Just thought you wanted to know.
Thank you.
Anything for our big friend.
Now he feels bad. Vesper, did Vesper... I know you said that she wanted one, but did she... One of those tattoos, did she express that? Like, to anybody else?
No,
Okay.
because I was out there by myself.
Helio would just look at the tattoos. How far away from the booth are we now?
I would say at this point, after walking for a little bit, you guys are most of the way. You're kind of like nearing this tree. The booth is over here. This like 17 feet is not correct. You're quite a distance away, and it's a loud little place. So I mean, like you could easily talk about it without him hearing you.
Hello. He would. Did Helio recognize what they were doing? The person.
Oh yeah. You would know about how like tattoos can be imbued with like magical powers. And you would know like the basics of how it works. You know, like how the ink is magical and is generally like put underneath the skin with a like a magical like tattoo needle of some kind, generally covered in like silver or things like some like special metals depending on the kind of tattoo, and you would know about the general process.
Okay. Alright, Helio would just ponder about what Vesper said and then just kind of follow along quietly.
All right. And assuming you guys continue walking, you will find very easily the small little temple to Tyr that is within this town. It's not the only temple. There are a couple others, but this is a smaller... It's mostly for people from Waterdeep that are kind of like stopping into the town. It's run... like you'll see, like if you kind of like look in, the doors are open. It's run by a like a stout kind of halfling who is like scrawny, but like scrawny, like on like scrawny arms and scrawny legs, but kind of like a bit rotund, kind of like in like the belly area, you know. He's got like a long, like kind of like bushy beard, that's kind of like wiry. And he's wearing like these like monkish kind of robes, and he just keeps a small temple to Tyr in his home that is like open for people that would like to stop in while they're traveling up the long road.
I think Helio would... Well, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say before going in there, like, I guess, is Helio very good at hiding his feelings? Or should I just insight check how he feels after I told him what Haster is gonna do?
I'll say as a rule, most Fae are not good at hiding their feelings, but I'll say that's up to Helio, like, in person as a player, how good Helio is at it. But I'll say, like, most Fae are kinda bad at it.
Yeah, Helio himself has no deception, so I would say you would be able to pretty much tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
That he would be interested in pursuing that avenue.
Cool. Do you want me to talk to him for you? Before we leave?
Maybe before we go.
Okay. Then we will do that. Maybe after we talk to this man and we head back.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we gotta do this first. He'd be looking back at the entrance to the place. After you.
I go forward.
All right. The guy that runs it, he won't like pay you too much mind. He might like look over at you guys and kind of like give you like a welcoming kind of like, oh, come on in kind of nod, but he'll just kind of continue tending to like the candles and the different like altars around the temple, just kind of making sure things are nice and orderly.
Excuse me. I apologize for disturbing you, but I was told you may have some information about a friend or a few friends that I'm looking for.
He'll look at you inquisitively and he'll say like, what friends do you seek?
Well, one of them was taller, blonde hair human woman, sea elf, and another human man, kind of darker skin.
Yeah.
Kept talking about someone named Zyma. I was told they came through here possibly within the last day.
He'll kind of like think for a moment and he'll say like, "Oh yes, though that kind of rabble-rousing crowd. Yeah, they stopped by the temple just yesterday. The man amongst them, he seemed to be talking about some kind of connection between the god Zyma, of who I've never heard of, and the god Tyr, the one I worship. I couldn't quite figure out what they were talking about. But in an instant, they were here one minute and then gone the next. They asked to use the prayer room, and he'll kind of like gesture to like a wooden door off into the northeastern end of the building. And he'll say like they asked to use that room over there to kind of like reflect on some thoughts, and they had been in there for quite a while, so I went to go check on them, and 1 second they were there, and the next second there was nothing.
Are there any windows in that room, or any other ways to exit? Or
He'll
just the
take you
one?
to it, and he'll like open the door and show you. It's a room with two. I have to make sure. Images. Yes. Okay. So yeah, it's a room with like two like pews that are on either end of the room, facing the middle. In the center, there is a like small altar to Tyr, with his likeness kind of carved into some stone, and he's carrying like a candelabra with 3 candles lit, each one with like a kind of like golden orangish flame, and there is a like window in the ceiling that kind of like brings some sunlight down from the outside world, but it's fairly high up. I would say it's maybe about 10 feet in the air, so climbing out of it would not be super easy.
When you came in here, there was nothing left of anything? No papers, no footprints, no signs of life, I guess?
He'll shake his head and like, no, nothing. And then he'll say, if I had to guess, it must have been some blessing from the god Tyr himself, for something to take place in my lowly temple. Truly, it is a blessing, but I know not what or how this blessing would have occurred.
Helio's gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Other than like a kind of like low-key divine magic about the whole building, and like particularly emanating from some of the statues, nothing really seems to like ping the like sensor. Like nothing kind of like comes back with like conclusively very magical.
Okay. Helio's going to actively look for little hidden doors or anything.
Make me an investigation check.
Alrighty.
You search this room high and low, and the only thing that you find, there's a small hatch underneath the pew on the southern side. You open it up, and it leads to a small crawl space below.
He's gonna peek down there. Be like,
It's
You bring-
like covered in cobwebs and spiders, and full of like kind of like just like mice, and it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it goes anywhere. That like you can kind of see like a little bit into it with like the light coming into the room, and there's just not much down there, and it's also very small. Like even you would have trouble fitting in. And you know that Lady A is big. Like you don't think Lady A could fit down here.
In our times with Lady A and her talking about Zyma, and I'm assuming whatever knowledge Vesper may have of Tyr, would there be any correlation between the two that could.
Make me a religion check. You're not entirely familiar with either of the gods. Tyr is definitely more of like a human, kind of like this world god, not really like a your world kind of thing. And Zyma is something that you have not heard of, and you had not heard of until basically a week ago. So both of these gods kind of don't seem like they have much connection, other than the fact that like you know that Tyr is a good god, and you assume like Lady Agatha was nice. And you assume that maybe Zyma's a good god, but you also think that the only person that might know a little bit more might be Finch, because Finch and Lady A traveled a lot.
I still have that lantern that Cran gave us. Is it making anything visible in this room?
I'll say you kind of like, you light it and you hold it up and you kind of like shine it around the room. And at this point, the guy that runs the temple, he'll kind of like look a little bit like what is going on here? Like I didn't know I was the center of some investigation, but he'll let you guys do your thing. So he'll like close the door behind him and kind of just go back to tending the temple. But after he does this, I'll say that you light the lantern, you shine it around a little bit, and nothing comes to light. It's just a normal room, it looks like.
Okay, well, I have maybe a possible couple of ideas, but at least we know they were here, and then they were not. We'll let Finch and Yuri know, and then we need to make our way to Golden Fields. We can't be spending any more time here with what's going on over there. But before we meet with Yuri and Finch, let's go talk to Hasta again.
We sure they were here?
Do you want to insight check the dude?
No, Helio was actually asking
okay.
Vesper.
I mean, he said that they were in here. Why would he lie about them not being in here?
He'd look around and be like, it's a religious place. They're always trying to get people in here.
Well, for as much as Lady Agatha preaches about Zyma, she doesn't seem like the type of person who would try to convert people, so I think she'd be fine. But we're not very familiar with Feindar, Awen, and their abilities, whether or not they'd be able to, I don't know, magically do something to make them transport from one place to another. But actually, let's go talk to the priest one last time. I just want to make sure about what they spoke about, because I don't think he mentioned it.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, you guys are kind of like, you're exiting the building, but then you turn right back around and you open the door back up, and he looks up to see like, oh, who's the fresh convert this time? And he sees it's you two again, and he like doesn't roll his eyes, but you can kind of tell he like lets out like sort of like a small, quiet, exasperated sigh, and he beckons you two in again, and he doesn't say anything. He's a very like, he doesn't speak very much. He's a quiet man, and he just kind of, again, continues tending to things. At this point, I'll say that he's maybe making some lunch. He might be like cooking a stew in like the part of the building that is his like actual house.
Before we make our leave, I just remembered I wanted to ask, was there anything that the three of you spoke about or mentioned that could indicate where they could have gone or what they wanted to talk to you about?
He'll like sit down on like this building is kind of difficult to describe. It's basically like it's draw like a thing. It's essentially like, this is like the temple area. This is like a temple bit. This side here is for like the prayer room that you guys were investigating, and then over here there's like a step that goes down, and then it leads into like another room that's kind of like his house that kind of goes like around like yonder way. I don't know. It's a shitty drawing, but you get the picture. And he kind of sits on this step here, and he kind of like strokes his beard, and he kind of says like, I think that we discussed dragons in the area, and the man amongst them who seemed to do most of the talking, he was convinced that the god Tyr would know some way to get them in contact with the dragon, and the other one, the blonde lady, she was convinced that that this man knew what he was talking about, and that like whatever the Zyma character was going to whisk them away while working with Tyr. And though I don't know what on earth Zyma is, or what magic they produced, it certainly worked. They mentioned like Tyr having some connection with their goddess Zyma, and while Tyr is a well-connected, very popular god, I've never heard of a Zyma, and I've never heard of his connection with such a god. I did some prayers last night to the god himself, and I only got back vague responses of that like the stars were right, and that the people that came to my temple were here for a reason, and that's all that was told to me. And so I trust my god as much as I think anyone can.
Do I believe him?
You can make an insight check. I mean, you kind of hear it as a lot of religious mumbo jumbo, but I mean, like, it's not unusual, if a bit rare. It's not unheard of for gods to, like, take special interest in the case of some mortals, and, like, evacuate them somewhere else, or, like, teleport them, or transport them, or just bring them up to the heavens entirely. You would know that's a thing that can happen.
Okay.
We should let the others know. Thank you for your information.
He'll bow and kind of like not like gesture you out, but kind of like look towards the door, like, I've got a soup cooking, and I kind of want to like get back to my thing.
Fuck out. Helia would head for the door.
Yep.
All right. And before we have our final interaction with our boy Haster, Yuri, I will say you guys are walking away from this hill, kind of going back towards the tavern, kind of maybe like getting ready to round like this bit a little bit, You look over this way, and you see the best horses you've ever seen. Like, you've seen a lot of horses in your time, man. You've seen a lot of them. These horses, these like gray, floofy horses. These gray, floofy horses over here are, like, they're strong, they've got long, floofy hair, they're cute as hell, and they're clip-clopping around before some very fancy-looking people.
I obviously start walking over.
Alright. Finch, are you going to tag along on the horse adventure?
Oh yeah, 100%.
All right. Finch, I will say that you get a very similar impression. You don't know anything about these horses, but they're gray, they've got long, floofy hair, they're cute as hell, and like, they're very fancy, noble type-looking people. Like, watching them clip-clop around, and like, they all look very well, like, dolled up. They're very clean, and they're very well kept. And as you guys approach, there is a guy kind of standing outside, and it's like, halt! You are about to enter the magnificent home of the Amphail Greys, the best horses this side of Waterdeep. They're so famous and so amazing is their ability that kings and queens and nobles from all around, both the Sword Coast and abroad, come to buy just a a small sliver of our amazing breed.
I am the marvelous Golden Finch, and this is my traveling companion Yuri. We are hoping to see the horses.
He'll like open the gate up and he will gesture you in towards the main building, and he'll say, the main auction house is right over there. But if you just want to see the horses and meet the people, like the stable keepers, feel free to walk around the premises. And so long as you're not causing any trouble, you are free to stay as long as you wish. And he'll, like I said, he'll gesture, like, move the gate open. And once he does, I'll say, like, you kind of get a full glimpse of this place. And there's, like, children running around and, like, they're, like, you know, like, hanging, like, they're having fun with the horses. They're, like, the horses, there's a couple of them, like, 3 of them that are very particularly well-groomed. And they have these, like, you know, fancy, like, horse, like, armors and, like, you know, tapestries kind of draped over them. And they're kind of like clip-clopping around, like doing a little show for some nobles. You'll see 2 or 3 horses being auctioned off in like a small overhang area of the house over on this end. There are people standing on like a deck, and they're kind of bidding on these horses. It's a very lively, you know, little event.
Yuri, what did you want to do here?
I want to pet horses.
You can pet horses to your
Are there any
heart's
horses I can
content.
pet?
There
I'm going
are
to the nearest horse.
There are
Pet
plenty of horses you can pet. There's a very big one. I don't have a horse name list, so I'll pull up a horse name list. Horse name generator. That's
If there's
good.
one that looks remotely like Kazad, I'll go to that one.
I will say that they are all. None of them look like Kazad. They all are very like they're all gray. They all look like they're.
That's right, they're a different breed.
Yeah, they're all a different breed, and they're all very similar. Each one is like they have some like minor physical differences, like if you examine them, but each one is like a very like well kept breed. I'll say there is one called Mulder that is like being it's surrounded
Mulder?
by Mulder.
The smolder.
And it's surrounded by a group of little kids who are like prancing and playing and kind of just like having a good time. There's a stable keeper, just a human female. She's kind of like picking kids up, putting them on the horse. All the kids are very well dressed. Like you get the sense that these are all like noble children. Like, you know, the woman is kind of just more of like a commoner. She's just kind of like, you know, picking them up, putting them on the horse, kind of like, oh, here's, you know, like moving the horse around a little bit, and the kids are like, you know, having a good time, screaming with delight. The horse just kind of seems like it's there, you know, like it's not particularly like, you know, it doesn't hate what it's doing, but you know, it's like surrounded by like screaming kids.
Same.
I would say that's the most popular one. There's one towards the other end called Acorn, who is being examined very thoroughly by a noble woman who is kind of like looking to purchase the horse. Those are the 2 ones that are kind of like that are like available for petting. But the one that but Acorn is more like cordoned off because like that seems to be like there's like a deal kind of like being finished like for Acorn's like ownership.
I will look at Finch. Do you want to talk to any of these fancy people? As I'm petting horses.
Really, really hate all these people. Not the people working here. Maybe not. Actually, no. I'm including the children. I hate the children as well. But yes, sadly, and she'll like just go walk up to the nearest. If there's anyone that looks like they are kind of in charge here, or one of the employees.
I'll say that the first person that's like catches your eye as like potentially in charge is there's the guy that's running the auctions is this half elf with a very frilly like poofy hat with like a wide brim. It's like a cowboy hat, but like a cowboy hat for like a noble. Essentially, he's got like a big poofy feather coming out of it. And he wears like a cowboy outfit, but like not. It's like very colorful and very frilly. And he's auctioning off the horses that are left, and he's like, you know, talking to some of the nobles, you know, and he seems a little busy, but I would assume you're pretty eye catching, so he will like put down what he's doing for a second. He'll sell another horse. He'll say like, Leo, or not Leo, fuck. Lorenzo. Lorenzo is sold to Mr. Faven. You can have him for 150 gold. And then he'll like kind of like he'll put that down and he'll kind of come over to you and he'll say like, "What is it you need, friend?"
I'm currently traveling with my friend. We're looking for a companion of ours who might have stopped through to buy a horse or traveling equipment. They would have been traveling with a sea elf and a taller man that looks like he's from the desert.
I have to play our ambiance again. It ended. Come back, ambiance.
Ambiance.
Ambiance, come back, my friend. There we go. Ambiance, back again. He'll kind of like think for a minute and he'll say like, "No, I don't really recall anyone like that. I do recall, I mean, at least I recall the, you mentioned the sea elf to him, right?"
Yeah.
He'll say, "I do recall, a sea elf, stopping by, but, she wasn't accompanied by anyone. She just seemed like a curious soul who wanted to, look at our particularly famous horses."
Did she by any chance mention where she was going, or did you see which way she went?
All I saw is that she, left towards the, brutish wrestling hill on the other side of the road. And though that is definitely not, my affair, she seemed quite interested by that as well. So she left over that way, and as far as I know, she must have just enjoyed the rest of the festival.
Do you know around what time that was yesterday?
He'll think and he'll say like, "Oh man, that must have been towards the evening." Yes, it was the evening because I remember Ung, a frequent buyer of ours. He bought one of our horses last evening, and that was when she stopped by.
Have there been any thefts reported in the area, or maybe vigilantes?
He'll say like, "Oh, no. The city of Waterdeep keeps us very safe. The captain of the guard around here, a no-nonsense sort. Although I'm not entirely sure I trust him entirely myself, he does seem to keep the roads safe. And aside from the petty thefts that take place during a festival of this size, there has been no major crimes reported, at least to my knowledge."
All right. Sorry for bothering them. Thank you.
He'll kind of like stop you and say like, wait. Do you wanna buy a horse? They're the best, in Waterdeep. Be the envy of all your friends, and like just take a look at these amazing, beautiful horses. And he'll kind of like drag you, whether you're super willing or not. He'll kind of like drag you over to like the deck, and he'll kind of like show you the horses and kind of like tell you some facts about like, oh, this horse breed is we've been keeping this horse breed on this property for like, the better part of, like 150 years, and like he'll tell you about like his grandparents who started like raising the horses. He'll go on and on about like horse related terminology and facts that you either don't know or do not care about.
My good sir, although I'd love to, I've recently come across the worst tragedy of all. I was traveling through a town when a poor woman's tavern got just uprooted by a large magical tree. I gave her all the gold I had and left.
He'll say like, "Oh, you truly are a kind soul. You should totally come back when you get more money, because these horses are truly an adventurer's best friend, and you look like you could use a truly stalwart horse companion."
Well, you've definitely spoken a great deal of these horses. They seem very well-bred. But I'm afraid I'm a traveling bard. I have an image to uphold. I don't quite know if this is the image I'm looking for. This horse would represent me, and I would represent it, after all.
He'll he'll hear what you say, and he'll like scoff and go like, our horses are the best bred on at least within the city limits of Waterdeep, if not in the entire Sword Coast. if any bard were to be represented by our horses, surely they would be the most prestigious, most courageous, most amazing, outlandish performers than could be possibly hired. If you truly think that our horses are not up to your high standards, then I struggle to see why you're even here on our presence.
Oh, no. I meant no offense. It's just, I mean, you've sold your horses to no one but nobles by the looks of it. A noble's horse isn't quite meant for an adventurer.
He'll say, nobles, they, he'll kind of like whisper, he'll say, like, a lot of nobles like to play adventurer from time to time, they like to go out and, hunt a few bandits and, purchase a fancy sword and swing it around. Before I got to the position I was in now, I'm in now, I used to be like that with my family. So I cater to that market of, nobles that are looking for just they want to play adventure. But I can assure you, our horses are top of the line, and some very famous names have purchased our horses. The captain of the guard in Waterdeep has an Amphail Grey and uses it very extensively.
Well, you seem like a intelligent businessman. I'll give you a bit of insider advice. Do you see that half-orc over there? I'll point towards Yuri.
He'll say, like, yes.
Though he may not look it, that is one of the most capable adventurers in the world. Climbed upon the back of a giant and split their head in half, all while fighting an army of goblins. If you really want some people to buy your horses, I'd recommend maybe hooking him up with one. Get the image you're trying to sell.
Make me a persuasion check.
It's not family now, Bard. Fuck you.
He'll look at you and he'll say, like, well, I'll consider it. The horses, they're very, we have a business to uphold, and they're very expensive, and we only get a few every year, and so I'll make sure to keep that in mind. And he'll kind of like after kind of like talking to you for a little bit, he'll kind of like shoo you away and go back to auctioning off more horses.
That wasn't 2. I have a +11.
It was a valiant
Had
attempt.
no problem convincing me to leave my girlfriend, but the heart's not in this.
I tried. I did my best.
No, you're great. That was hilarious.
I cry. Yeah, I just kind of defeatedly go back to Yuri.
Okay, alright, I will say, if this sounds about like Yuri, I'll say that Yuri is over there. I'll say that the kids, are all, like, still, like, looking at the horse and petting it, but Yuri is kind of, like, very big and kind of intimidating, and so the kids are, like, they're still there, and they're still, like, oohing and eyeing at the horse, because that's what their parents told them to do, but they're all kind of, like, keeping, like, a little bit of distance from Yuri. There might be 1 or 2 of them that are kind of, like, oohing and eyeing at the horse and Yuri, but Yuri is just kind of over there petting the horse, hanging out with it, and the person that's, like, in charge of the horses, like, the horse's caretaker is kind of like accommodating Yuri, kind of like, oh, here's like a brush, and here's like some things, but she's doing it. She's doing it, Finch, you can tell without even an insight check. She's doing it because she thinks Yuri is some kind of eccentric noble, and not because Yuri is a horse enthusiast.
Ooh. Okay, hey, buddy. Hey, Yuri, we should probably get going soon.
Oh, okay. Just sort of brush the horse really quickly a couple more times and hand the brush back. Say thank you. And did you talk to fancy people?
Yes, they're annoying fancy people, though. Not
Yeah.
that fall for my charm, sadly, but we'll come back another day.
Okay. Go find the others.
All right.
Alright, and then we will have our interaction with Haster, I assume. gang, southern gang.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. You approach Haster, and he is still working on that tattoo from earlier. He is still kind of like, he's putting the finishing touches on it, making sure it looks good, you know, kind of like explaining how it might work to the guy, things like that. And he will not really notice you as you kind of like, you know, like wait in like the like line behind him to get one.
Oh. Monster.
He'll like spin around and he'll say like, "Oh, hello again, friends." And I'll say at this point, the guy that is getting this tattoo looks like, come on, man, you've stopped like 3 times. Like, can we get the tattoo over with? You know, like I've been sitting here for ages. I want to do the rest of the festival. You know, he'll like look like that. He won't say anything though, and he'll kind of like he'll like gallivant over to you and he'll say like, "Oh, what is it, friends? What do you need?"
I just want to say thank you for letting us know about the things that you remembered. We found some very valuable information, and we are going to take it. I also wanted to inquire. You told me that after this festival, you're going to head north to Mirabar, and then head back home. Are you going to be heading home from Mirabar? Or somewhere else?
He'll look at you and he'll say like, yes, up around Mirabar, there's a small elven settlement, hidden amongst the mountains, that is, perfect, that has a small, temple that has a, connection to the Feywild. Getting there, though, it's a dangerous, treacherous journey, and it takes multiple weeks. It's certainly not for the faint of heart. Though I've done the journey multiple times, every single time finds new dangers to present to me. So wish me luck.
You're going there alone.
He'll nod and he'll say like, "Yes, I'm a capable warrior. I'm capable of magic and a sword. And the money I make from this is more than enough to finance a small guard, to like escort me up there."
Well, you see, the reason why I ask is my friend here hasn't been home for a very long time and has been hoping to find a means to get home.
Helio would wave sheepishly.
He'll like look at Helio and he'll say like, if your friend would like to come home, then I can't stop them. The temple is free to use, and I could always use more adventuring companions. Should they want to tag along?
But we have some business to attend to in another town just a couple of days east from here. But if we finish within the 10 days of the festival, if he's still interested, be able to accompany you up to Mirabar and then back home?
He'll nod enthusiastically, like, "Yes, of course. It's always good having more Fey folk along with me for the journey. Talking to the normal, humans and like, halflings and things like that. It gets quite boring. The journey is not nearly as fun when there's not another Fey with you. But yes, if you make it back in time, I would certainly take your friend along."
His face would light up and be like, "Really? You get to go home?"
He'll look at you though, Helio, and he'll say like, "Be prepared though, that the journey is long and treacherous and, like I said, very dangerous. We will be traveling deep within the spine of the world. The temple is far beyond even where Mirabar ends. So be prepared for a long adventure."
He'd bolster himself up, like, kind of channeling Lady Agatha and be like, "I can handle myself."
He'll
He is very clever.
give you like a thumbs up and like a smile and say like, "All right, works for me." And he'll like run back to his like tattooing thing, and he'll like make sure he gets that done. I'll like start rushing towards the end of his first like tattoo of the day.
Well, after we finish up in Golden Fields, as long as it's within 10 days, you have a way back
Yes.
home.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I guess I'm finally gonna go home.
I'm happy for you.
He'd tear up a little bit and be like, so where to now?
Well, we'll have to find Finch and Yuri and start heading straight to Golden Fields so we can make up for all that lost time. Lady Agatha's with Faendar and Awen. I trust that they're all good together, and whatever it is that they're doing, wherever they're going, they'll be fine.
Okay.
So let's go find the others and start heading east.
Alright, let's head out.
All right. After a bit more merriment at the festivals, you guys kind of gather together, and you guys meet, I would say, outside the tavern, and you guys can discuss your next plans. I mean, assuming they're different than going to the fun city of Golden Fields.
Before we head over there, I know we have a little bit of party funds. Should we invest in maybe a couple health potions or so before we head out? Or just start heading straight there?
I actually have learned a somewhat new ability that I think might help us there.
Okay.
Out of character, I took, since I'm now 4 levels in Bard, I took the Inspiring Leader feat, which means I can give 5 plus 6, 11, just 11 temporary hit points to all of you. Every long rest.
But you have to give us a really good speech.
Yeah, I got you. Are puns allowed?
Yeah.
And I've
Yep,
got you.
obviously.
Alright, to Golden Fields. We come. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I'm just assuming I told you what I know, but I didn't say
Yeah, I
that.
kind of assumed we just
Yeah.
relayed all the information.
Yeah, so in my mind, Lady Agatha's fine where she is and who she's with. If we find her, we find her. If we don't find her, she's Lady Agatha. She can take care of herself.
Yeah.
So, Golden Fields.
Golden
Away.
Fields.
All right. Let me take you guys to the map.
As we're traveling, just like whenever we're like not talking, whenever she's not talking to a group, Finch is trying to just like quietly message Lady A just to see if she's nearby.
I will say that you get no response.
Yeah.
I need to know, though, what direction we are going to take to get to Golden Fields. I'm assuming just straight across the way here?
Is this just like flat, plain field?
It's just kind of a dry, craggy, kind of like hilly field, like with intermittent like forests and bit of woods. It's not known to be particularly dangerous. It's just it's not like there's not really any major path. You kind of would just be following kind of like you just kind of be like I think it's this way. I think this is south. You kind of be like following it like that.
Yeah. We do that.
Okay, alright. I will say, at that point then, since we've decided, if you guys want to take a break, that would be fine with me.
Woo woo.
Hey.
Break
Let's
time,
go
gamers.
get snacks.
I'm gonna get stacks right now.
Thanks.
I'm back.
Oh, we just decided to take a break.
Yeah, I heard. I was like,
Sorry.
oh, I'm back.
I wasn't sure if you heard or not, because like saw everybody mute themselves, and then I heard you say that, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Snacks too.
I've got some pea crisps, which are amazing. I love them. Oh, cat, you need to go on the floor, man. There you go. Mm-mm.
I got Arizona tea and Biscoff cookies.
That sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're
Oh,
Biscoff.
I love you,
Cookie
cat. I
slam.
love you, but I mean, man, I really just want to. My
I
cat
have
is
some-
like adamant tonight.
they love you.
Hello. You're very sweet.
I have some lemon sugar cookies and some coconut chocolate chip cookie bar thing.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Session's being recorded, Charlie.
Yes, it is.
Okay, just making sure.
I was worried about that for a second myself, but don't worry. It is. I
Okay.
checked that right before on break. I was like, uh-oh, did I start the recording? I did.
Okay. Because I was like, well, I can still take, like, basic notes, but Charlie never said, or at least when I got on, that we were recording, so I hope it's okay that I'm not taking notes right now.
It's good, it's good. We're recording, we're good. And I'm hoping all the issues that I had last session are worked out. I'm hoping. I did some, like, checks, and things looked good on my end. But,
Okay. I sent this picture to Shady last night while I was at work, and, like, I wanted to be able to still press play and pause on the thing, but I wanted to hide the screen, so at work I just taped this manila folder to the monitor to cover it up. And I was like, I'm glad I'm working alone tonight, or else my coworker would think I'm really dumb.
Bro, you have to stay on the floor, dude. I love you. You're so cute. I love you, but you have to stay on the floor, man.
Yo.
Hello. I didn't know if Shady's back before we start. All right, awesome. Then, assuming we're all back, going once, going twice, we will begin. With...
I'm away from my keyboard for another minute or two.
but I'm listening.
Okay, alright. So, as we are adventuring around, you guys will begin adventuring. Let me drag you guys. Are you guys on the map of the north? You are. Okay. You guys will begin adventuring from Amphale to Golden Fields, and the adventure is fairly quiet. I will say that you guys see the occasional, like camp kind of like hidden out within the hills, and things like that. But it's fairly quiet until, as you guys are making your way, you guys get about, I would say, 25 miles. And we're going to drag you guys to a fun map.
Could we have said that just like during that walking time was, if that was 10 minutes, I could have given everyone a polite speech?
You can give everyone a polite speech.
Just we got this. Whatever this is. Yeah. And that's 11 hit points to everyone.
Finch
Just
doing
had-
some like cheer routine.
Yeah, just full YMCA motions.
Go team, go!
Just zero enthusiasm, but hitting all the moves.
On beat. On point.
11 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
Do you have to roll a persuasion check on us to see if it works? See if we get those hit points.
I mean, if Squid wants me to, I can.
I mean, I'm the party's tank now, so I'll take them. 11.
Why can't I shrink Helio? Helio, I want you to be small. Whatever, I'll figure that out in a second. There we go. Alright.
I like how we're 25 miles outside of Amphale, but we can still hear the festival.
Amphel's a little rowdy.
It's a loud festival. Why can't I... What? Did they change it? What? That's it. I got it.
Am I supposed to be able to see anything?
You should, for right now.
I don't see anything.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Alright. Shady, can you see anything?
Negative.
Okay. Let's start going one by one here and start...
Negatory.
Let's see what the problems are.
Everything.
Yeah, let's roll 20. Alright, let's see. It's peculiar, I don't know why you can't see.
Question, did we make that 25 miles in that same day, or was there a long rest in that 25 miles?
I'll say, yeah, you guys can have a long rest. Should
Sweet.
need it. I'll say, walking.
Sorry.
It's a pretty.
Could have raged. Damn it. I was trying to save it. Someone has to be the responsible one of this group. Can't believe it's me.
I don't think we have any. Well, Vesper maybe.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Unless I get distracted by horses.
Can
I'm
nobody
fairly
see?
responsible.
Nobody can
I
see
haven't
currently.
uploaded any patterns recently.
Are we in the right layer by any chance?
Ah, the right way. Aha! There we go. Oh, much better.
Ooh.
Oh. I
see.
see lots of things.
Bandits?
Oh, come on, roll 20. Stay up there.
Oh gosh. Let me-
Amazing. All right. Perfect. So, as you guys are adventuring, you guys kind of travel for about a day. You guys maybe take a rest amongst the hills, and things are, going, fairly, you're traveling fairly well. And I will say that about midway, or actually towards the beginning of your second day of traveling, you come upon a big old hill with a dead tree right in the center of it. You kind of notice that there's a lot of bandits in this area, like a lot of bandit scouts, like patrolling, like not like though there is a small road, it's kind of more just like I guess like a footpath. You'll notice that there are plenty of bandits and like other small little threats patrolling the countryside, they kind of like all funnel in on this one location, and like you're pretty much in like the thick of it, and to kind of like sneak around it would mean making like a day-long detour. So you guys decide, at least unless you guys don't decide, I will say that you guys would know that the fastest route would just be to like hopefully sneak on by this big old hill and just kind of like hope for the best.
Into the thick of it.
I was looking for that, and yes. So you guys come upon this site right here. And as you guys are like walking by, you're kind of just like trying to keep a low profile, like we're supposed to be here. Out of this tent here that sits, there's a big old tent up on top of the hill, a giant-sized tent, if you would be so inclined. A hill giant.
That's a fat man.
Lumbers out, and shouts something in common down to a group of bandits on the other end of the hill. He will say, "Grog want food! Grog want now!" And they'll kind of like talk amongst themselves for a moment and like produce like a small box of food, and they'll like bring it up the hill to the giant, and it will take the food and it will like eat it in one gulp, the box included, and then they will like scurry back down the hill, and they'll say like they'll continue talking amongst themselves, and then the giant will kind of just like plop itself down like over here, and we'll kind of just like watch the road.
Are we going to deal with this, or are we not going to deal with this?
What?
I vote we fight it.
Not looking at us, is it? We fucking hide?
Give me a second.
They're bandits. They suck. My general motto in life is, if they suck, fight them. It's not a good motto, but...
Now, the other question is do we want to try to handle the hill giant before we handle the bandits, or go straight for the bandits first?
I mean, if you guys want, I can just go distract the bandits.
Hey, really quick, somebody make me a survival check.
Not me, please.
I have a
I got a
+1.
+4. I got
Plus
a
two,
+4.
y'all take that.
I ain't doing it.
It doesn't need to be very
I got
high,
it. I got it. I don't got it.
Hey, don't worry. You just needed a 5. Oh, so you determine that like, hey, these hill giants, they're pretty close to the city of Golden Fields. They're only about a day's march out. And you have heard rumors of Golden Field, being attacked by hill giants. So if this is the force of hill giants, maybe you could win some favor by killing them now. Or, conversely, if this is not the main force of hill giants that is coming towards Golden Fields or is attacking them currently, then it might be they might have some kind of knowledge, like, oh, I know that there's hill giants that live on the other end of this, hill that are spooky or something. I don't know,
Oh. I have a good idea. Actually, no, I don't. I have an okay
I
idea.
start pulling my maul out. Yeah, me too.
No. Wait, hear me out. I am fucking amazing. If I stand next to that guy, he'll be just amazed by my presence. And then while he's wasting time being amazed, you guys go just interrogate the bandits lethally.
Lethally interrogate.
Now, question: are you able to do it from down here, or do you need to go up there to do it?
I do need to be within 5 feet of him.
I see. Is this tree climbable?
This little like slumped over one, yes, it is.
Yeah.
And it seems like it has been like felled for that purpose. Like it is used as a sort of like climbing thing for both like the giant and the bandits to kind of climb up the hill.
Okay. do you think, Finch, you could climb this? Because if you can't, I could try and carry you up there.
It's not very hard. It's like you would not even need a check to climb it. It's very, very, like, it's a gradual, and the hill itself is not very steep. It's like, I would say you need maybe an athletics or acrobatics check to climb it, but like that's only if you're like crazy weak, you know, like you would have to do
Finch,
it.
I got an idea.
What's your idea?
What if we take him from above? He'll never
Ooh,
expect it. He's a
no,
giant. He'll never
no.
expect anything coming down from above. I could totally cast levitation on you, and then I could carry you over there, and you could just stun him from above. Think of it. Divine being from above.
Okay, that actually sounds amazing, and we're doing that for a performance sometime. But that would mean you're out of commission as well.
What if you just land on him and then do it?
I don't want to touch him. That is somehow bald all over. I just no.
Yuri slowly raises one hand. I mean, if anyone's gonna drop on top of the head of this thing, volunteer.
That could
Me.
work too.
That
Look,
sounds fun, actually.
how about this? I just walk up there, sprint up, give him a wink, do the old razzle dazzle, and you guys go homicide on the others.
Okay, how about this? How about you and Yuri go up there? Because if anything happens, at least he's got your back, and I have somewhat of a speaking ability and charisma in order to talk to these bandits. And Helio can hide it in my pocket.
Okay, mercy.
Can I hide in your bag instead?
No.
No. You can hide in my hair. Behind my neck and my hair, so at least you have some room to be able to do
I think I'd
magic.
have better cover if I was just in your bag.
Yeah, about that, you know.
Maybe I should take the beans.
Hey, really quick, gang, make me a perception check, all of you. Perception. Go, go, go.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no.
I don't like hearing that when we're fucking around.
Oh God.
Yikes.
This is over.
Come on, gang, somebody. Roll good, come on.
No, God fucking damn it, Yuri. Get your
Alright.
shit together, babe.
You guys, I guess, Shady, when you get in close enough to these bandits, is your character gonna start, like, wailing on them?
She's very stealthy.
Okay, so I'll say that you're kind of, like, watching them from, like, the hillside over here. I'll say you can find some cover.
Sure.
And I'll say that you, I'll say that you can hear them. You can kind of hear, like, some, like, discussion happening on the other end of the hill, opposite you. I'll say that you notice the hail giant atop the hill is, kind of like, it's got, like, it's, like, pinky finger in its ear, and it's kind of, like, trying to, like, it's pulling out, like, big, like, strands of earwax, and it's kind of, like, it, like, sucks on its finger for a moment, and it's, like, ugh, gross, and it kind of, like,
Charlie.
it wipes it on the stone,
Ugh,
and,
Harley.
it's clearly not paying close attention, but I'll also say that you have tracked a cultist of Bane, to this location, and you know it is specifically this bandit is a cultist of Bane, that's I will say where that's your entry point, is like you hear some rabble rousers on the other end of the hill, giant atop the hill. You've been kind of stalking these guys for a couple days. You kind of know the ins and outs of the camp. You know that there is at least one hill giant kind of in the area. And you also know that there is a hostile goblin clan that has kind of like been making occasional raids into this area, trying to like raid things from the bandits.
Okay.
All right, continue your discussion, gang. Just wanted to give Shady some like insight as to what was going on here, and if you guys saw Shady, which you don't.
I just walk up there, exist. Damn, you guys deal with them. This guy stands there for a while, I guess. Then when you're done dealing with them, I just set him on fire?
How about plan B?
God.
You can go up there, but with either me or Yuri. You're not going up there alone.
All right. Whoever's coming,
I
let's
need to be
go.
within 5 feet of you to protect you. So if you need to be within 5 feet of that thing, I also need to be within 5 feet of that thing.
And then Helio, no bag. I'm gonna like mage hand him and like kind of keep him tucked behind
Helio,
my neck.
not that.
Yeah.
Do you want to come with me?
Oh.
You want to come with us? Vesper, will you be okay on your own?
No.
I don't think I should leave Vesper alone.
She's the chosen one. She's got it.
This is true.
He's not saying this meanly, by the way. He's trying to make a joke.
Helio?
I don't know if it works.
Oh god! Oh god! You're tearing it apart! He's looking back and forth.
Helio, just go with Vesper.
Okay. Float with Vesper.
And do not touch the fucking beans.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
I don't have to touch them. He grins.
And she like does the I'm washing you motion.
Can I do the thing and put the beans like I'm gonna say this as tastefully as possible. Can I put the beans down my shirt in between my boobs?
Okay, works for me, ma'am.
That was
Whatever you
pretty
want to
tasty.
do.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I would just like to point out Druidcraft activates in 30 feet.
Oh my god.
Don't you have
I
to be
should
able to
have
see
taken
your
counter
target?
spell.
Nope.
You don't be able to see it? Okay. Alright. I will say, though, you probably wouldn't know this, but the beans won't grow unless they touch soil. So, I mean,
Okay.
you could
that's
cast it,
helpful. Slightly.
but who knows what will happen?
So, you ready, Yuri?
Yeah, I fully turned my back when you put that down your shirt, though. So I wait till you say my
I'm
name.
not facing anybody. I'm starting to walk and I'm doing it while I'm walking.
You took the
That's
beats.
I'm gonna try to stay slightly behind, probably 10 or so feet, just until Finch gets its attention. I want to be within probably 20 feet.
And attention, Finch shall get. I will say, like, very quickly, you'll notice, like, the hill giant will say, like, duh, what? And it will, like, look at you, Finch, like, kind of, like, pointing with, like, it's like, got one finger in its ear, one finger pointing at you, and it's, like, saying just, like, random gibberish, pretty much.
I'm just gonna be like, no, shush, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. And I'm just gonna hypnotic gaze.
Okay. A wisdom saving throw. Let's see what happens, gang.
DC 16. And because better safe than sorry on this one, I'm gonna use a cutting word. I think I can use this
don't
for
worry.
this.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It you know, you look at it, and it looks at you, and it kind of just is like, it just kind of goes, duh, and kind of just slumps over. You know, sits down. Similar reaction to the Etten from earlier. It kind of just sits over. It will reach over, and it will grab this whole pig off of this rotisserie, and we'll just start munching on it.
I just pulled Bruiser a little closer to my heart.
Hey, make me a perception check.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wait, I'm bad at these. That's a 9.
Alright. Yeah, everything looks normal now.
Am I noticing these folks coming around the corner?
You will notice those folks coming around a corner.
Yeah, because I ain't stealthy as fuck.
She be coming round the mountain. She...
And about right there, she's gonna go ahead and extend her claws in each hand and kind of wait. See how they react.
Oh no.
I mean, do we see her, or are we still like?
Make me a
Is this-
perception check. See if you see
I
her.
mean, we're like in 15 feet from each other. So
I guess.
I'm like, well, this hill isn't that tall, but I mean, like, I don't know. Is she camouflaged?
Oh yeah, you see the angry lady.
Angry lady. Hello. Yes. No. Okay. Just gonna slowly keep going then.
step a little bit closer. Are you going forward?
I mean,
Or she's gonna step in front of you. And she's going to say,
This one demands to know who you are.
this one is Vesper.
Vesper. We've not heard of you. Tell me, do you come seeking the cultist?
Cultists? I see bandits.
Oh, one among them is a cultist. A cultist of Bane, actually.
And is this somebody you are not in favor of?
Have you not heard of Bane?
Never heard of Bane.
You can make a religion check. See if you've heard of Bane.
The darkness is your ally.
Oh yeah, you know who Bane is. Bane is like a god of pain. Was once immortal, now a god. Kind of went through some difficult god troubles a while back. Were they dead? Were they alive? Who's to say? And then all you know now is that they're still worshipped, and they're still kind of like an evil, kind of like god of pain, worshipped by bad boys.
Ah, yes. The dark one. Are you some sort of destroyer of cultists of Bane?
Yeah. Poe likes that name. I will take it. Destroyer of cultists of Bane.
Okay. Well, I am a destroyer of bandits that are trying to get in my way. So, I don't know if you would like a little bit of assistance in your destruction.
I only ask that you leave the cultist for Poe.
Okay. Poe, is there any indication about which one specifically is the cultist?
Yes.
Cool.
I will go for
What?
that one first, and once I have cleaned his blood from my clothes, you may proceed.
Okay. Then I guess I'll let you go first.
Vesper. Vesper. She talks funny. Do you know her?
No, I don't. But if she helps us get rid of these bandits faster, then I'm all for it. Just, go with it for now.
and Poe's gonna kind of glance behind her and give you the 1, 2, 3, and then she's gonna Start charging in.
All right, I will have us roll initiative
Ooh.
then. Let me turn on some combat music.
I'm a
Just
quickly
like
wash
to
my
say-
hands.
I love her voice, and that was not fair because I had a mouthful of water when you started speaking.
It's so like smooth, but it's like runt, and it makes me happy.
I love it.
Bandit.
Can you just do like a little bit of runt for me, just to make me even more happy?
Yeah, I'll kick it into gear at some point. Yeah, I'll surprise you.
Yay!
Let's get this boy going.
I'm back.
Welcome back. And then I need to insert a turn counter.
I should mention that she's wearing, her clothes are all, like, tattered and covered in blood. And she looks like a hobo. She's not wearing shoes.
Wait, what is she?
She's a tabaxi.
Cat lady.
Yeah, can you describe your character a little bit? I know I'm not there, but I'm gonna see.
She is wearing a tattered, looks like it used to be a trench coat at one point, but now it's not. It's like half of that. And she's wearing black pants that have holes in the knees and blood on them. No shoes. And she has a scar. One of her fangs is crooked, hanging out of her mouth. And that's about it. One eye is blue, one eye is yellow. Oh, and her hair is super greasy. She's kind of gross.
On brand.
Love.
Anyways, I will say, since you guys are taking these banditos by surprise, you guys will have one round to fuck them up, and they will just kind of stand there and do nothing. And then the next round is when they will start reacting. So, with that out of the way, let me double check and make sure I've got everybody in the turn order. Yep, we're good. Alright. Poe, you're up first.
Alright, she's going to run up to this fellow. Well, bonus action rage. Then
Okay.
run up to this fellow and use one of her attacks.
Fuck him up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then second attack. Ooh.
That will miss, unfortunately, just barely. You'll run up to this guy. You know, he's just sitting there. He'll be reading a book, which I don't know. Can your character can read, surely, right? Or maybe not.
Sure. Sure.
Either way, it's got a Bane symbol on the front. You know this is the Bane guy.
A bad book.
He's just kind of reading it. He's slumped up against, like, this rock here, just kind of reading. And you'll just, like, hop out of nowhere and will savagely start tearing this guy to shreds. And the first hit, completely unaware, like, he was not expecting, you know, any company. And will, like, he'll get, like, a nice, like, big scratch across his face. And you'll kind of see, like, his the flesh on his, like, nose will kind of, like, peel off. As you, like, drag your claws across his face. And then the second one will kind of, like, duck down and hold the book over, like, up above his head to kind of, like, block your attack, and you'll, like, scratch the book in half. And will kind of, like, toss, like, the pages aside.
I love it.
And he'll kind of, like, get ready to start actually fighting. Finch, you're up.
I will just kind of turn to Yuri. If you have a projectile, now would be the time. And I'm gonna... Can I see Poe?
I'll say you can hear, screaming. You can hear screaming. You can't really see. This is, like, it's a flat plateau atop a hill that's got, like, a pretty steep drop. I would say it's about maybe, like, it's a pretty steep slope. So I would say if you could see, you could see maybe, like, the tops of their heads, but actually Poe's small. No, I would say you can't see.
I didn't mean to do that.
Apparently I only need to hear them?
You'll hear, I don't know, what sounds do tabaxis make?
For
Hissing
bardic...
noises?
For bardic inspiration? I'm just gonna
I'll say you can bardically inspire Poe. That works.
just whoever's fucking up the bandits, you got this. And give him a bardic inspiration before using my action to maintain the hypnotic gaze.
Alrighty. Vesper, you're up.
Cool. I want to try some new stuff. I want to... This wagon thing, like,
Yeah.
is it easy to just, like, hop on?
Yeah, it's collapsed. I would say that to hop up onto it would be a kind of low acrobatics or athletics check, but it's not like I said, it'd be a low check. You wouldn't have to like strain yourself.
Okay. Well, actually, now that I think about it, maybe I'd want to be here. I want to try something new, and I want to, let me get my ruler out here. I need to scroll up. Can I reach this guy? I can reach this guy. In a 15-foot cone,
Okay.
encapsulating all of these dudes, I want to cast color spray.
Give me that color spray.
So I'm gonna roll 6d10. So if
Signatures, okay. Effect by the spell, blinded until the end of your next turn. Okay. Alright. Is there any saves or no saves?
no, it's like sleep, but
Ah,
just
okay.
makes them blinded.
Alright.
And do I have any cool bonus action stuff? I'm gonna bonus action hex this dude because this middle dude, because he looks bad.
Alright. I'll say you blind these two bandits. They both kind of look around like, what? Like, this guy was kind of just, like, looking through the cart, kind of, like, examining the, like, fresh
Oops.
pillage from the day.
Yeah.
And this guy was walking over to the horse with a crate full of food, just kind of getting ready to feed it, you assume. And he kind of, like, stops dead in his tracks, drops the food on the ground, is kind of like, what the, huh? Alright, anything else?
Yeah. Nope, that's all.
Yuri.
So I walked up next to Finch this whole while and just kind of watched her keep this thing charmed, and I'm starting to walk away, and I look down at the maul that I have like both my hands on the maul, and I look at Finch and I go, I don't know if you pay attention to what I do, but that's not really my whole thing. I sort of need to, and I just like grip the maul a little bit, and I'm like,
I mean,
I can't
you
throw
can jump-
things and not.
you can jump down there if you want. Otherwise, I have a short bow and some daggers.
Hey,
Well,
make a
a
perception
dagger.
check, Yuri.
Okay.
Hey, Yuri, you were like, you're sitting there, you're looking for things to fuck up. You're like, okay, so Finch has got this thing covered. What else can I destroy?
Yeah.
Hey, things present themselves, don't worry. If you are worried about not having things to destroy, don't have to worry any longer.
I kind of eventually wanted to end up here, but I don't know if I would have enough. I don't know if I could get through this way around the tree.
You can.
Okay.
And I will say that you will see, inside the tent, kind of in the
Oh,
darkness of the
no.
tent, is a second hill giant.
no.
With a greasy,
Okay.
kind of like half ponytail, and it's picking its nose. It's kind of just sitting there. It's eating a big hunk of cheese. It's just, it doesn't seem to notice you. You also notice, staring down at Finch with a short bow, is a bandit hiding up in the trees. And it seems like he's got like a, ooh, aha, I've got a nice shot on this person. And the last thing you notice, curiously, is a goblin with a big horn in its hand.
Oh, shit.
That going up plan, that Helio pitch is starting to look better and better, honestly. Do I notice this but like I'm already on this side of the tree, or can I stay next to Finch if I notice
You can.
there's somebody?
I'll say you notice that stuff when you're with Finch. So if you wanna move back and redo your turn, that's fine.
Can I be here?
Yeah.
I don't know how trees work.
I'll say you can be there.
Just standing on the roots.
I'll say you're maybe like
okay,
you're maybe closer like here, but for sake of
that's fine. That's perfect.
Right.
Can I hold my action to rage? No. I don't
mean,
want to
you
just attack
can.
this thing now, and I can't reach anything. How far up is this guy in the tree?
The tree is 15 feet tall.
Oh, that's not terribly hard. If I notice this, could I use my 30 feet of movement to try to climb the tree with my maul and attack this guy?
Yeah, make me an athletics or acrobatics check.
In that case, I'm going to rage. Bonus action, rage. And let's see how I do.
You get advantage on that, right? Because you're raging.
Yes.
Then you make it straight up to the top.
Okay.
And I will say that as you're climbing, from your travels, you recognize that this is a like you're climbing, and you remember that this is a particular elven breed of tree that is not only very easy to climb, but also the top is like branched out in a way that there's always like a sturdy platform in the middle that generally is used to build a house on. And so you climb up to the top, and there's this nice flat area, which is kind of like the bandit is sitting on the edge of it. And this whole area is very flat and very easy to fight on. And the bandit sees you climb up to the top and is like, "Oh shit! Uh-oh."
How convenient.
Very convenient.
Can I reach them to attack?
Hell yeah, you can.
Okay. I'll say that I'm here, and I am going to make 2 attacks because I finally have a 5th level in something. Dang, multi-class.
Oh yeah,
I'm just
that'll
going to
hit.
roll those attacks real quick. And... okay.
Oof.
Oh.
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Doesn't
no.
matter. This bandit, your first hit, you come up to this bandit, and
I want to knock him out of the tree.
oh hell yeah, you do.
If I kill him, I want to knock him out.
You kind of line up your maul to kind of maul it up as though you're gonna swing a baseball bat, and you you judge the angle, and then you knock him, and you slam him as far as you can, and he just goes flying out of the tree, lands on the ground over here, dead as a doornail. He died on impact with the thing, but then his kind of dead, limp body kind of slides to a bloody halt on the rocky ground below.
Ragnar through the air.
yeah. And then I will say though that in the process, you did this. You kind of move your maul back around. You kind of you swing it, this way, and then you kind of move it back around to kind of take the momentum away. But you kind of lose track of the momentum. You kind of spin around and you hit this branch, and the branch falls. And Finch, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit!
Why have you betrayed me?
Because I rolled
I'm kidding, I'm good
one.
at these.
Dice. Oh hell
Hey,
yeah!
you're great.
Yeah.
Finch, you duck out of the way at the last moment.
I
You
yelled,
kind of step
"Oh,
over
shit."
here, and this branch comes tumbling to the ground. Your giant friend is not as lucky. And big chunk of the branch kind of falls and bonks him straight on the head. And it seems a little perturbed, but it just sits there eating its pig.
I do this thing where I just freeze up oh shit, and then I see that it didn't break the spell or whatever, and I relax. Do I have enough movement to? No, I'll stay in the tree.
Okay, all right.
I like it up here. Okay, that's my turn.
Bandit Captain is going to let you guys have your surprise round. Helio! Helio!
I'm here.
Welcome, Helio. We love
Helio.
you, Helio. Helio! We love you! Hello!
He has no clue what to do. Actually, do I? Crap. Oh crap! I don't know what to do. I'm going to. Okay, I got an idea. No, they're not. Oh God. Okay. I'm just going to mind sliver this one.
Okay, give me that mind. Actually, no, he has to make a save, doesn't he? Wisdom save?
Yeah, intelligence save.
Intelligence save. Alright, let's see how he does. Good! He does good. What's the save?
The DC is 15.
Ah, he still fails. Alright. Roll me that damage.
Mind sliver. 3.
Alright, hey, I just want to, like, have it known that this bandit, I will say that not only does he have disadvantage on his, or, like, 1d4 subtracted from his next saving throw, it's also fucking an existential fear. Because, like, you know, imagine this, right? Imagine you are a bandit living out in the countryside, hardly ever seen magic in your entire life. You just are trying to live a basic existence. 1 second, you're walking over to feed a horse. Next second, you're blind. Second after that, your, like, mind starts getting tampered with. And you start hearing, like, weird voices and, like, yeah. This guy, I will say, is frightened for the rest of the con. He's, like, fucking, like, this guy is not having a great day.
And you say it like that. Sounds like we're the assholes.
Right. And just for clarification, this wagon right here,
Yeah,
how heavy does it look?
pretty heavy. It's a wagon. It's full of stuff.
Would you say less than 500 pounds?
Yeah, less than 500 pounds.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, alright. The bandits are just kind of surprised, so they're not doing anything. The hill giants, surprised, not doing anything.
I'm gonna move closer, sorry.
Turn 2. Ho!
Okay, is there any way for me to take this guy out without killing him? Because I want information.
Just make it a non-lethal attack. That'll hit. And that will put him down. You kind of like slice him like one good cut across like the throat, and he kind of like, and he kind of like falls over, and you kind of just like, and he kind of just like, he drifts into like a nice sleep, and he is unconscious.
And then we're gonna pounce on this asshole.
All right. I will say that that guy is a couple feet up in the air. Not that you're a cat, so you can jump up onto him pretty easy. He's just in like there's a hammock suspended between these two bits of the hill here, and he is asleep. He's not even like you. If you attack him, you have advantage because he is actually asleep. So give it to me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's you know, you see him, you know, he's just kind of like the wind is kind of gently rocking him back and forth. You'll notice that on his chest, he's got like, he was counting his gold. You'll see like there's like 2 gold pieces and some silver kind of scattered around his chest, and like a bag kind of to one side. And he fell asleep while he was counting his gold. And you hop up onto him, and you kind of like take both your claws and you like smash him into his face, you know, and start scratching and raking him up. And he like wakes up and is just like screaming and flailing and like what on earth is happening. Takes a lot of damage, but is not dead.
Well, I do have, let's see, one more, because that was the off round.
Alright, that'll hit. And that'll put him out of his misery. I will say that you notice like, you know, if I wanted to get this guy, here's a fun way to do it. If I, you know, if I cut this hammock free, there's still some smoldering kind of like charcoals in the fire. Aha, you think? What a great way to end someone's life, miserable existence. So you slice like 1, 2, 3, like the little hammock strings, and you hop off, and then down he falls into like the kind of like smoldering ashes below, and kind of just like he like flails around for a second, and then he not only kind of like comes from like the burns, but also you kind of give him like one final like kick on like the kind of like face, you know, and he He is dead as a doornail.
Hey. Yeah, that's my turn.
Alright. Finch, you're up. You hear screaming. Lots of screaming.
That is a lot of screaming. Harry, are we looking okay?
Define Oak. I look at the second fucking ogre.
I'll also say that you can see from this vantage
currently,
point, you can see everything
right?
down here. So, I mean, like, I'll
Yeah,
let you,
is
you
that
can
it?
define okay.
I mean, no one's injured yet, are they? Besides the bandits? Then I'm just gonna...
No. That's good. Is that Yuri just like squints. I think there's somebody fighting with the others.
Yeah, I think I gave them bardic inspiration.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, do you know when like you hit something, but you hit it like a little better, and you think of me when you do it?
I look at
It's that.
I look at the tree trunk. No, I don't. I almost killed you, but I'm gonna get down in a second. Sorry, hold on.
I'll show
We're
you.
still in the turn
I'll show
order.
you when. I'll show you in a minute. I'm gonna just use my action to continue distracting this guy, then hold my bonus action, I guess, to healing word if anyone looks exceptionally low on health.
Okay, alright, works for me. Man, I just want to say, this combat is going exactly how I planned it, by the way, and I'm so proud right now. I'm so proud. Alright, Vesper, you're up.
Let's go.
Alright. I'm gonna make my way over to this dude and fuck him up. Because he's blinded.
Oh yeah. He's not great. I'll
Let's
say
have
that
a
you
party.
I think you get advantage on him already because he's blinded, but if you don't, you get
Yeah.
advantage on him because he's freaking out.
Yeah, boy.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Hey, I clicked on you. Why aren't you? There we go. One of those is a 1,
Doesn't
so I'm
matter.
gonna re-roll
Doesn't
that.
matter. Doesn't matter.
Cool. Awesome. Sweet.
Second verse, same as the first. You come over to this guy, and you've kind of grown used to the whack-a-mole routine at this point, and you think like, aha, perfect. I will just drill this guy into the ground. He will now become one with the earth. And so it was. He becomes one with the earth. Forcibly, but you know, it happens. I will say, this Helio, make me an Arcana check.
Arcana, coming right up.
Yeah.
Arcana or Perception.
Arcana.
Okay, you don't notice anything, but Vesper, you're too
Yeah.
focused on combat, Helio. You kind of are just like watching these two bandits. You're
He's
kind of like,
playing.
Vesper, this one, as you finish it, and it's like you smash it to the ground. I'll say like roots kind of come out of the ground and start to like grasp on its body and then like drag it down underneath the grass and the soil, and kind of like begin to like drain its life away from it. And then like as quickly as this happens, it gets dragged below the soil, and there's like just a small dirt patch where he once was.
Awesome.
And
Great. I love it. I'm gonna give my best smirk and a little eyebrow to this dude and make my way over here and go whack.
All right, give me that whack.
But not at advantage because he didn't get the thingy-mabob.
That'll hit.
Yay. Both of those are 2, so I'm gonna re-roll both of those. So 9 plus 5, 14 on that first one.
Alrighty. Let me
And-
get my calculator up. Hold with your horses here, cowgirl. 65. Okay, minus 14. Alright.
Cool. Oh wait, there's additional damage because of hex. Another 5, so 19.
Alright. Yeah, you walk up to this guy, and though he has, like, this guy's kind of like a scallywag looking, like, he's almost like he's from the sea, like a pirate type. And he's much more experienced than these like inland kind of like fighters. You know, like all these bandits are kind of like lowly. They're just like peasants. This guy seems like he's kind of had some experience, and so like you kind of like go up to him, and you smash him with your maul, and he kind of like catches it with his like blade for a moment, and then like he kind of like the maul is just so heavy he kind of like buckles under the weight and kind of like slips to the ground, and you take that opportunity to like stamp on him. and that deals a good amount of damage to him. But he kind of like spits out like a tooth, you know, and kind of gets ready to like, you know, he stands back up and gets ready to kind of like deal with you.
I just smile to him and say, "Would you like another action surge?"
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know if he'll survive another. That'll hit.
Yay. And then another 6. 20.
Jeez, Lou. All right, yeah. So, he'll like when you say, "Do you want another?" He'll shake his head no, like very literally, like he does not. As the lunch lady at school, as the cruel lunch lady at school once said, you will take it and you will like it. And so you give him round 2, and that tastes just as bad as the first one. And ouch! Oh boy, he like again. He catches it with it's like a very similar routine, but this time he completely loses like his like blade, and the blade kind of like falls to one side, and he has to kind of like bend over to grab it. And as he does, you take like the back end of your maul and kind of like get him on the side of like the like stomach, and you kind of like push him over, and then you do another good like firm stomp on his face, again like knocking out more teeth as he kind of is just kind of like bleeding all over the ground. He does not look good.
He's still up.
He's still up.
All right, I got one more in me.
All right. That'll hit.
One of those is a 2. It's 12 plus 5, 17 plus
Holy shit. Holy
another
shit.
6, so 23.
All right. Yeah, you get him. You get him. Actually, exactly as well. You get him. You get him exactly perfectly on the dot with that 23. You come up to him and like you're feeling like you're riding the high. I'll say that like for some reason both Helio and you feel this. The Fey energy in this area is like a little bit stronger. Like you kind of feel like a little bit particularly powerful here. And you get up to this guy and you're like, you're feeling like, Iron Man, I guess, and like you come up to him and like 1, 2, 3, bash, bash, bosh, and he is on the ground, bleeding and twitching around, definitely dead.
I'm just gonna take my last 5 feet and do a little like, step over the body, getting ready for this guy.
All right.
And
Yuri,
that's my turn.
You're up. Oh, actually, hey,
Yuri
Vesper, I forgot. I have to let me go to the GM layer really quick. I forgot to do something. You'll see there's more bandits in this tent. Give me a second. I just have to go to the. I just have to be on the. I have to do the thing. I have to do the thing where I reveal them because they're not revealed yet. There we go.
I mean, you don't have to reveal them. They don't have to be there.
Yeah, I guess I don't have to. So there they are. Yeah, they're all kind of like they've woken up by this point. They all have their weapons in hand, and they're kind of like getting ready to kind of they saw this horrid display where you kind of like completely eviscerated their captain, and are like, uh-oh. Like they're all looking at each other like, so who wants to go out first? Like you? I don't really wanna
Come on, boys, let's dance.
Yeah, none of them look particularly eager to accept that invitation. But Yuri, you're up. Still more screaming
So
down below.
Watched all of that happen, and I sort of like glance at Finch and say, so they're fine. Are you still good?
Yeah, I'm just kind of distracting this guy. I don't think he's smart enough to break out of it, so.
What is this ogre over here? Ogre? I think? Hill giant? Hill ogre?
Hill giant. It is
Hill giant.
sitting in that house. It's like glancing over at its friend. Like he's been out there a long time. The one with the pigtail thinks. And it's just kind of munching. It's got a huge hunk of rotted cheese that it's munching on. And
gross.
it's like it's eating it, but like it kind of like pauses between each bite and kind of like looks inquisitively at the giant outside, and it can't really determine what's going on.
Okay. Can it see me as I sneak across? And I want to know what this gobbo over here is doing
You can
in
assume
the
that if
tree,
it saw
and if
you,
there's like
it would-
another platform.
if it saw you, it would run out and take care of you pretty quickly. So you can assume it
Fair.
doesn't see you.
Okay. I would like to try to get within melee range of this goblin if I can, and if there's a platform or if he's way too far up the tree or what.
So when you get beyond this point here, I will say you're going to have to make me dexterity saves because the branches of this tree are very like loose at this point. And one wrong step.
Athletic checks that I have advantage on.
I'll say no. I'll say no. You like there. It's very like one wrong step and like this whole branch will come toppling over.
Yeah, fuck it. I don't give a shit. That works for me. It'll get me closer to the goblin.
All right.
Yeah, that tracks.
All right. Yeah. You step like right here, and you like raise your maul back, and then the second like you think you got it, right? You kind of like notice this treacherous terrain, and you start making your way carefully towards the goblin. The goblin like sees you coming and is like backing its way further up the branch, and you kind of like keep going after it, and after it reaches the end of its rope, you rear back with your maul, and then like the second you do, the maul's weight, like you didn't really think about it at first, but the maul's weight shifts the entire weight of like your body and like how like the branch is being held onto the tree, and that's what snaps it. And so like you both fall, and you will both take 3 damage as you fall from the tree, and the branch kind of.
But raging.
Oh, so you only
1.
take 1.
Can I still make 2 attacks on this thing? On the goblin?
I'll say...
Or is that my action to fall and fuck up?
Nah, I'll say you can attack it, whatever, fuck it. I'll say you can do 1 attack. I'll say 2 attacks because one of them was kind of like the rearing back and getting ready, but then like I'll say you can make 1 more as you kind of like stand up.
That's a good point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to look at the damage. This guy is dead.
Okay, and I think that's it for my movement, and I'm probably, yeah. Any movement I had, I'd try to stand up. That's it.
Oh, see, you've bested me. You've bested one of my interesting plans in this combat. You've bested me.
I'm sorry.
You've bested me. Oh no. One of my very intricate things will not be showing its face in this combat.
Oh darn.
I mean, unless
I don't like the repercussions that's gonna. I don't like what you're implying for the future of the monsters that you're gonna throw at me as punishment for this.
Oh no. I'll save it for our one shot. There was a very interesting little idea that I had cooked up for this combat. The bandit captain is dead. Helio.
Now, do I see this dude right here?
This dude right here in the tent?
Yeah, the back one.
Yeah, you see him.
Okay, then Helio is going to stretch out his hand and flick the tiniest bead of ice past Vesper directly at him.
Alright, give it to me.
And he's going to cast Ice Knife.
Ice Knife.
He's going to cast Ice Knife at... Let's see.
That's a damn good spell for that area, holy shit.
3rd level. It's going to be a 3rd level Ice Knife. So, attack. Let's see if this will work for me. It's not going to work for me. Okay, so... Oh!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, don't even roll damage. These guys are all dead. You kind of like, you shape the ice knife in your hand, and, you kind of like create this like big icicle looking dagger thing. You kind of like, you close one eye, you kind of like squint with your other, and you kind of like line up the shot, and you toss it in, and it like shatters in this tent. And Vesper, like, you quick thinking, take the tent, close it shut with your hands, and like as it like explodes in this tent, you just kind of hear like people like squirming and writhing around, like trying to get out, but to no avail. And the tent kind of collapses and falls in on them, and they're like, after a moment of squirming around, all of them are like lifeless underneath this tent.
It's gonna turn around to Helio and just give him a really nice smile and a wink. Like, that's my man. That's my boy.
He just kind of looks there, shocked for a moment. He might have overcharged it more than he meant to.
All right. The bandits, what little of them are left. Actually, there is only one bandit, and he's blind. Hearing all the chaos, will just put his hands in the air. He'll just surrender. He'll drop his weapon. He's got a dagger. He'll just drop it to the side, hold his hands up in the air, and kind of just like he won't say anything, but he'll just kind of like quiver there a little bit as he like awaits his final fate.
Spray is only for 1 round, so would he technically still be blinded?
Oh yeah, no, he's not blinded anymore. Hey, if he's
Okay.
not blinded,
You had to witness that.
if he's not blinded, he's going to run away very fast. He's going to use his action to dash and get the hell out of here.
Wait.
Wait.
Sentinel! I took Sentinel. Can I
Oh,
get
no.
a little
Yeah,
whack on him?
you can get a whack on him if you want.
Just like trip him up on his legs and just
Yeah, you can do that.
cool. Nope.
No, he is going to get the fuck out. He saw it
Okay,
coming.
bye.
He saw it, and he was like, no thanks. I don't want to get hit with a big hammer. That's not my vibe. And he will evacuate stage right.
Bye-bye. Well, that was fun.
Hill giants. Alright, finally, this one has heard the chaos outside. It's gonna kind of like step forward out of the tent. And Finch, it won't see you, but Yuri, it sees you. It also sees everybody down here. It sees all of the dead bandits, and it says, "Friends, dead?" And it walks over to this giant hunk of meat, grabs it off the ground, and hucks it at Helio. Helio's gonna throw this giant hunk of meat at you.
Oh god.
You'll be fine.
Let me just pull up my thing here.
Helio goes flat.
Does a 16 hit?
Let's see. Not with a shield. No. Helio will totally reaction shield that if he can.
Alright, yeah, so you see him rearing back, and he looks towards you, or not he, she looks towards you, throws this hunk of meat, this big, like, it's like basically just like a cow's leg. It throws this big cow's leg at you, and you hold your hand out in front of you in, like, the last second, and, like, cast your shield magic, and it kind of, like, pings off of it and kind of, like, flies to the side. It will then turn to the left at you, Yuri, and it will attempt to stomp on you.
Oh, no.
Does a 25 hit?
Little bit.
Alright, it will walk over to you, it'll raise 1 foot high in the air, and smash it down, creating like a big footprint in the like hard stone. And you will take 22 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh! Yeah, I'm gonna use my...
Reduced because
Yeah, reduced, so it's 11.
22.
And you are also grappled by its
God.
foot until it decides to lift its foot.
Can I use my held healing word on Yuri?
I would say right now you
Don't
can't
bother, 'cause
see
I-
Yuri.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry just yet. I just got rid of my temp HP, so
Oh
you're
yeah,
good,
I
doll.
gave you guys that.
I've only taken 1 point of real damage so far. I'm good.
Turn counter 3, although the turn counter does not matter much anymore. Poe, you're up.
Oof, thank God for half damage.
Alright. Let me see here. Looks like everyone's dead. How high up is this?
Oh, I didn't do it on the bandit's turn, but this horse is also going to run away.
Alright.
No.
This is... I don't know, 10, 15 feet up. It's a very gradual slope, though, so you can kind of just clamber your way up.
I even have a 20-foot climb speed because of my claws. That's exciting.
Oh, boy. Well, you can climb right up, no issue.
All right. And I'm gonna attack this guy.
Give it to me, give it to me.
First attack.
That'll hit. All right.
Second attack. Ooh. Or I guess that was the offhand. Yeah, this is the second attack.
All right. All right. So yeah, you come up to this thing and you're kind of like in a fit of rage. You know, you're like kind of like a blood fury. You got that one guy and you're like, yes, I've done it. The thing I was here to do. You know, it's mission accomplished. And now you're just kind of like cleaning up stragglers. And you come up and you get 1, 2, 3 scratches. Although one scratch connects with basically it's kind of like butt fat. You know, it kind of just like. You know, it doesn't really do much, you know, so it kind of just kind of dribbles about. And I will say that your hand gets covered in in a suspicious goo of fat. That it's gross, but it doesn't really do much to you. And you're very lucky because that I rolled on my critical failure table, and that was the does nothing option. So,
whew. All right.
Yeah, so you get kind of weird goopy fat from its butt on your hand, but other than that,
Ew, butt fat.
Yeah,
Love to hear that.
Other than goopy butt fat, you do some serious damage to it. Anything else, or are we good?
That's it.
All right, Finch, you're up.
I'm assuming we're going full combat with the big boys, so I'm gonna run over here.
All right.
And cast. Yeah, might as well. Magic missile at 3rd level.
All right, give it to me.
Where is my magic missile? There you are.
Are they all at this northern one here?
Yeah.
All right. Holy mother of God. All right.
You're right. Yeah.
Jeez-a-loo. All right. Yeah, you just start forget magic missile. This is magic artillery. You kind of just you kind of set your arms up, kind of almost like Mega Man style, and you just kind of pew 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 pew, and just start firing lasers at this guy left and right, and just start one to his head, one to you kind of get him in the nose, get him one in the mouth. You just catch this guy all over the place, and man oh man, it damages this foul-looking lady giant very, very badly.
I give Yuri a little wink wherever I think Yuri may be and give him a bardic inspiration.
All right. Yuri, you're bardically inspired.
One,
you did it.
One thumbs up appears from under one of those.
That's bardic inspiration, by the way.
Oh my
Vesper.
Okay. I want to try a thing since I haven't done it yet. You said how tall is this hill?
10, 15 feet, maybe 12 feet.
Okay. But it would take me because I moved 20 feet already.
Just assume it's normal movement. Assume it's normal movement to climb the climb the hill, so you can make it to any of these spaces up here.
Well, I want to try a thing. Can I try my phase step and see what it does to get me up there?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing and just it moves 30 feet. So, but what it does. That's yeah.
Okay. So I will say that you kind of you think all right. Let's give it a shot. You haven't you've had mixed bag with the whole phase step thing so far. So you kind of close your eyes, you focus on it for just a moment, and sure enough, you blink your eyes closed, and you blink them open, and you are within the Feywild for but a brief moment. Like you kind of like disappear into a puff of kind of like snow, like powder snow. Helio kind of like drops to the ground where Vesper once was, and you kind of like dash through the Feywild, and like in the Feywild this looks very similar, except for these hills are like much taller, and are like much more exaggerated. And you'll notice that in the Prime there's these gemstones kind of like jutting out of the tree, or out of the hill occasionally. There's plenty of those, like there's tons of gemstones. And you'll also notice that to the north there's a big ravine to what you assume is the Feydark. But you run up the hill as quickly as you can, and I will say that you can Fey step out. I will say that you kind of appear right up here, on top of this tree limb up here.
Okay, cool. Oh, did that do anything to me?
Not currently. In the heat of combat, with all your adrenaline going, so far, you don't feel any adverse effects.
Okay. Okay. Sweet. I'll take it. And, it's too late to have moved my hex once that captain died. How is it?
Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know how this works. I'm not a warlock boy.
Because it's like once they die, you can technically move it, but it's been a while, so. I'll go ahead and I'll just spend another first level spell slot to cast it on this ogre, or this hill giant. Everyone keeps calling it an ogre.
Alright.
This hill giant.
Give it to me. Actually, you don't need to give it to me. I already know what it does.
And that's it.
Alright. Yuri, you're stepped on.
Cool, love that.
I do want to point out though, Yuri, that next to you, as the goblin died, its horn that it was holding, this big old horn, rolls next to you. And when the giant puts its foot down, the horn is very sturdy and it does not break under the giant's like weight. And it's kind of like right next to you.
A horn.
A horn.
Okay.
It's like a
Did
war
miss
horn.
Significance of that? Okay.
But you don't know
Can
what
I
it's
attempt
for.
to get out of this grapple?
Yes, you can. It says make me a. I have to read the thing that it tells me to make you do. Alright. Athletics or acrobatics to escape.
Athletics with advantage because I am still raging.
Angry Yuri.
Fucking hell,
Bardic
Yuri.
inspiration.
Yeah, okay. Which is a D6. Hold on. Okay.
You are free.
Okay,
the
so
Bardic Inspiration saves
17.
you.
Ugh.
You kind of like you
Okay,
use all
awesome.
of like you kind of like you're lying there kind of like looking like you see like the bottom of this guy's foot. It's covered in like moles and like kind of like gross, like you know, it's just gross under there. And you like force all of your strength up in your arms and you kind of like push this like his foot off of the ground.
Delicious toe jam.
And and Vesper and Poe and Finch, you all see like Yuri straining himself like profusely, but actually lifting like a giant's leg, like that is forcefully being held onto him off of the ground. And like even if you're not like strong boy like Yuri, you know that is one hell of a feat. Like that is insane.
Literally.
And after about like a half a second of like it's just barely off of Yuri, like just enough, and then Yuri kind of like lets go of it and then like quickly hops out of the way, and then the giant's foot slams down again where Yuri once was, and Yuri, you are free from the grapple.
Hell yeah. I would like to use my action surge now to make 2 attacks against this.
Give it to me.
Hill giant that attacked me. That's
The 12 will not hit, unfortunately. The 20
Okay.
will.
Okay, dope. That fucking.
Let me pull up my calculator.
Okay. Cool. Great. What can I do with that? Fuck it. I am going to expend one of my superiority die to do a goading attack on it. Can you make me a wisdom saving throw
I can.
for me?
It definitely fails.
Hell yeah. Where the heck is? Hope this doesn't roll all of them. This just rolls one. Nope. That's not what I wanted to do? Why? Why would that ever be useful? Sorry. Sorry.
You're
I don't
good.
know why it would ever want me to do one of those. Okay, hold on. So this is extra damage that gets added to it.
All right.
And on a failure, the target has disadvantage on all other attack rolls against targets other than me until the end of my next turn.
All right. Let me
So-
mark. I'm gonna mark you with green so that I remember to actually do that. There we go, like that. There we go. All right. That will be my memory.
Can attack other people.
It just won't
Wouldn't
have
recommend
advantage. I'll have disadvantage, yeah. All right.
And could I use my movement to get here, around, or anywhere within 5 feet of any?
If you made
No,
me
those two are fine.
another athletics or acrobatics check to kind of like slide underneath its legs kind of thing, I would say you could.
Yeah, I'm not gonna press my luck. I'm gonna stop rolling dice, mute myself, and go, cry for a minute.
That's probably
I'm
the smart-
gonna
that's
go
the
cry in
smart
the
one.
corner for a second and pray to the dice gods. and,
tempt the fates.
Tempt the fates.
that
Tempt the
is-
fates.
I mean, goading attack. That's what I'm tempting the fates with. That's my turn.
Okay, alright. Bandit Captain is dead. We will delete him. Helio is not dead. Very much alive.
How tall is this giant?
How tall?
Yeah.
12-ish feet high. Very, very tall.
Okay.
12 to 15 feet.
I'm gonna fly there,
Yeah.
and so in order to just get its head, I am going to upcast Shatter
Oh
Good.
boy.
encase its head
Okay. Alright.
because he did not like seeing her step on Yuri.
Okay.
So upcast to 3rd level, and that is a Constitution saving throw.
Alright.
DC 15.
It'll fail.
That is 48. Alright, let's roll this. $28.
Oh boy. That's a lot of damage.
Yes. That's all he's gonna do. Angrily cat making the a high-pitched ringing sound just
All right. So yeah, you kind of like concentrate all of your effort onto this, and you kind of like you don't see anything, and neither of you guys, nobody hears anything, but you just see this giant kind of like clutching its head, and it kind of like almost like falls over for a second as it's kind of just like feels like it's like you see like some other like existential kind of pain is hitting it, and it looks very bad. In Helio, you know that like a full blast from what you did like could like potentially, if it goes on long enough, like shatter this thing's skull. Like it will probably die.
okay.
Bandito dead. Hill Giants. This one's going to fight through the pain and attempt to beat the hell out of Yuri. Does a 20 hit Yuri?
Yeah.
And does a 15 hit Yuri?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
That's
what
my
it will do?
AC.
It will reach behind it, right over to Vesper where you are. It will grab this tree limb. It will rip it from the tree, and it will like kind of like wield it as though it's a club. Vesper, at this point, I will say you can either drop down to the ground or you can hold on to the tree limb and start being smashed onto the ground.
I'm a drop.
All right, you drop onto the ground, safe and sound. It takes tree limb and one smash into Yuri for 18 bludgeoning damage. And
18, okay.
and then the second one comes down and does another 18 bludgeoning damage to Yuri.
Oof. Okay.
And it like
Cool.
the branch kind of like shatters and splinters everywhere with each smash. And Yuri, you're covered like after these two smashes, you are covered in splinters. Like it is like you kind of look like half Yuri, half porcupine kind of thing.
Oh yeah, this is awesome.
And
He's grinning, having a blast, growling at this thing.
And the kind of like the tree is like splintering and fracturing all over the ground. And like the other one, not wanting to be left out of the fun, is going to come over to you, Vesper.
Hey.
And it's going to step on you.
Uh-oh.
Does a 17 hit?
Shield.
All right. Its foot, it rears back its foot, and it kind of like is judging where the foot's got to go to like, get you underneath it. And then you kind of just like, you hold your hand up, same as Helio did, and you kind of like, you wait for a second, and then just at the right moment, you kind of like cast shield, and the foot kind of like meets the shield and kind of just it kind of like is stuck there in the air, kind of like frozen. And after a moment of trying to like force it down, it kind of like stands back and kind of like gets ready to do something else. And it will then do an unarmed attack. Does a 17 hit?
Nope.
All right. Turn counter 4 again. Doesn't matter anymore, but Poe.
Poe wants to make sure this guy is still unconscious.
Very unconscious.
Good. She's gonna keep on trying to kill the hill giants. I'm gonna use the Bardic Inspiration.
Hey,
'Cause I'm assuming
don't
that doesn't
bother.
hit?
13
All
hits.
right. Awesome.
All right.
And offhand.
All right, that'll hit.
And second attack.
All right. That'll hit as well. And man,
hit.
This thing, oh my goodness. So you see that it's like clutching its head, and it's like got its grip so forcefully on its head that like you kind of think like, aha, here's a fun way to put this thing out of its misery. You think for the second time this combat, you climb up its back, kind of like digging your claws in the entire way up, and you get to its face. You kind of climb up over. It's facing this way, so you kind of climb up its back, and you kind of like get up to its head, like about here, like onto its forehead, and you just start like tearing your claws into this thing's eyes and like like its temple. And after a moment of like doing this, it looks like it is like about to collapse. It's only standing by like the will of its like it just really wants to fight, and so it's only standing just barely.
Just too stupid to die.
Too stupid to die, exactly. Anything else?
Mm.
All right, Vesper.
I thought.
Yeah.
What happened to?
Oh,
Finch?
I skipped Finch. Sorry, Finch. You're good. Go ahead.
It's good. It'd be like that sometimes. Dude looks kind of dead, so I'm a Ray of Frost. Fire is fun.
Fire is fun. I agree.
Fire's fun. I'm gonna firebolt him.
Oh yeah, that'll hit. Doesn't matter. Literally, I think you could have rolled a 1. Yep, you could have rolled a 1. No, you had to roll 2 2s. But it's dead. It's very dead.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that is a big X.
It is a big X. You've seen, you pretty much at this point, you're just kind of putting it out its misery. It's kind of like screaming. It's got its mouth open, like, "Brrr!" You kind of just like fire one firebolt right into its mouth to kind of shut it up. And it kind of like, it swallows the firebolt and kind of just like, you hear like a boof kind of noise in its chest, and it just kind of falls dead on the ground.
Then I'm gonna bonus action healing word Yuri at first level.
Yuri, you feel great.
7 HP.
But half because I'm raging. No, I'm kidding.
If that was real, I was about to hurt someone.
Oh, that'd be great.
That would be hilarious, though.
Oh, that would be
man,
such
Too
a cool
angry to be
mechanic.
healed. Love that.
That is my turn.
Alrighty. Vesper, you're up.
Hey. Well, this guy died, so I'm gonna move my hex over to this one,
Alright.
and we's gonna go whack whack.
Give it to me. That's a good whack. That's a very good whack.
And plus Hex. And one more time. Does
That'll
the
hit as
15
well.
Still hit? Okay. Just making sure. Okay, both of those are good, and then hex damage. 17.
Jesus. All right. Yeah. You come up to this thing, and you kind of like you've dealt with big boys before, so you kind of know how this goes. It's got its foot kind of like out in front of it because it just got done trying to stamp on you, and you see that it's like kneecap. Perfect target. You think you rear back, you get one good smash right onto its kneecap, shattering it as soon as it comes into contact.
Oh wow.
And it kind of like hobbles back and forth for a second, like ow, ow, ow. My kneecap just got completely like obliterated. My kneecap is now dust. And it has its hands both on its kneecap, and you think, that went well the first time. Let's try it again. And so you rear back once again, and you smash its hands. Both of them kind of like again eviscerate under your maul's kind of just like sheer weight. And in one fell attack, that is like basically a third of its health. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right, Yuri, you're up.
I too gonna try to run around and get to this other guy.
All right.
Excuse me, Vesper. Try to get to around here. 2 attacks.
Alrighty.
Oh, let's see how we do.
The 10
I don't
will
think my
miss.
first worked. Yeah.
16 will hit.
Okay, same thing.
Yuri already used their Bardic Inspiration, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's literally what saved my ass
Okay,
to get
got
me
it.
out of that.
Perfect. Okay.
Because nope. You said Bardic Inspiration, and my mind was like D6. No, I need to roll a D8 because this gets added to this. Sorry.
You good?
Get on that.
All right.
So
Jeez.
18 damage
Alright.
total.
18 damage. Alrighty.
18 damage total, and I want to do the goading thing again. So if it attacks anybody else, it has disadvantage to attack them. Well, on a wisdom saving throw. DC is 14.
Let me do it. I can guarantee you it will fail. This thing is not very wise. It fails.
Yeah.
Alright.
And
So, you come up to this
Not-
thing. Was there anything else you wanted to do before I... Yes, no?
yeah, there's nothing else I can do
Okay.
with my bonus action. I'm going to do Second Wind with
Oh.
my bonus action.
Okay.
Regain some hit points, and that's my turn.
Okay. So, you come up to this hill giant, and, it's like hopping around on one foot, like, ow, 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 my kneecaps, my hands, everything's broken, everything's wrong. I'm just trying to eat rotten cheese, people, please. And, it hops, and then, you look up at it, and you're kind of like, hey, ugly, and it kind of, like, looks down, and, you kind of, like, it looks down, and it, like, pulls its head as close as it can to you. You take the back of your maul and use, like, the hilts of it to kind of, like, jab both of its eyes, like, cartoon style, and, both of its eyes kind of get poked in, and it starts screaming and hollering, and it's definitely goaded. And then afterwards, you kind of, like, turn back to your group and, like, kind of do, like, I know, I'm awesome. And then
I don't
that's
think
your
he's
second
cocky enough for that, but sure.
Well, as close as Yuri can get to it, I know, I'm awesome. Kind of more like
I feel like I'm actually not nearly as awesome as everybody else in this combat, but that's okay.
Helio, Helio, Helio. Helio, Helio, Helio. You're muted.
And I was talking the whole time.
I figured. That's why I said it.
Thank you. Helio is going to fly up and cast Does it look hurt enough to require a spell?
It looks hurt, but like it's still got some fight left in it. It's got one leg and its like arms are still in the fight. You know, it's got its head. You know, it's still fighting. It's still fighting. It's bloodied, but it's not dead. It will be by the end of next turn, but you know.
Then Helio is just going to cast Shield of Faith on Yuri.
Okay.
And then use his action to punch it square in the eye.
All right, give me an eye punch.
I don't know what that would be.
Just roll a d20 and add or subtract your strength modifier, I think is the
Oh
name of
god,
the attack.
probably.
I think
You can do it at
unarmed
advantage.
attacks
You
if
can
you
do it at advantage because it's like crippled.
if you don't have any modifiers. I think the damage for unarmed attacks is 1 plus your strength modifier.
That's -1. That's minus more than 1. That's minus 3.
Oh boy. Well, we'll see how it goes. I believe.
There's 1, and there's the other.
Well, you know, you do manage it, right? You get up there, you flutter up, you know, and you kind of like you kind of hear like the punch out, like ding ding, you know, and you kind of like ready, so you kind of like are doing like the little like general kind of like what's that, like the little like idle stance that like all like the like you know fighting people do, where they kind of like, you know, I don't know, I'm doing it in real life, but I don't have a camera, so I can't show you.
Square up.
Kinda, yeah, but you're kind of like, I don't know, you got both your hands in a fist, and you're kind of like, ooh, am I gonna throw a punch here? Am I gonna do one there? You know, who knows?
Bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, bobbing and weaving, you know. Yeah. Yeah, and so you kind of
put him up.
exactly. There we go. That's the one we're looking for. And you kind of get up to its eyes, you know, and you throw one punch at its nose, you know, and you know you think like, yeah, if that was a fairy, that would knock that one out cold. That would sock it to him. But it's not a fairy. The second one, you know, you like, all right, time for the finishing move, and you kind of like come up for like its jaw, you know, you're like, all right, uppercut, and then you kind of like, you hit it in the jaw, and you kind of like, your fist connects, and you kind of go like, ow, ow, ooh, it's got bones in there. But you know, you don't take any damage or anything. You just kind of like shake your hand a little bit, like, ow, bone, and then that's it.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. Bandit's dead. Hill Giants. This one is going to grab one more branch from this tree. And Yuri, you know the drill. You know the drill, Yuri. Let's see. Does an 18 hit?
Yep.
Yeah,
Even
right.
with Shield of
Two
Faith.
AC.
Yep.
Yuri
And
has 2 AC.
Yeah, no, even with that, it's only 17 with Shield of Faith.
And a 21 will definitely hit. So, it reaches back. It does the same maneuver as its first friend. It grabs a branch, and it you know, kind of like, it very limply grabs it with both hands, both of which are horribly broken at this point. It rears back, you know, using both of its hands at this point, and it like smashes with one and deals 15 bludgeoning damage. Again, filling you with more splinters. And then the second one comes down, dealing 22 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh, okay.
And I will say with that second one, it comes around from the side and knocks this tent kind of like off of its supports, and it kind of like falls to the ground.
Okay. Dope.
All right.
Can I get a sentinel attack on him? Since he attacked Yuri.
You can.
Well,
Okay.
hold on. I was actually going to look up the rules for that because I think I have Sentinel too.
You
I
took
thought.
sentinel?
How many sentinel
Maybe
barbarians do you have?
Maybe I'm losing my mind. No, what did I take for my...
I thought you
Sorry,
took Sentinel.
ignore me.
I don't know. All right, but yeah,
I
I
thought
don't
we
know how
had
Sentinel
it.
works. So if you're sure you get a Sentinel attack, go for it. I have no idea how it works.
Never mind, I'm crazy. Ignore me.
Okay.
Let me look something up.
25.
That's a hit, and that's
Those
a
are
good
both
hit.
6s and a hex damage on just a 1. So 18.
All right, this thing's not looking good. This thing's not looking good. I'll say that like that. You know, you see its belly. It's got a big, rotund belly, as you can see in the picture. It eats a lot of food. You think, like, hey, gong. That's like a gong or like a drum. So you rear back, you smash it in its belly, and it kind of makes like a boom, 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 kind of like, you know, drum noise. And then it kind of vomits a little bit as it's kind of like, as the food in there kind of gets jostled about. A little bit of vomit comes up, and it kind of just like, bleh. But it's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. Poke, everybody poke.
Come over here.
Alright.
That'll hit.
It's just gonna look at Vesper past Poe and give her like a sort of look.
The offhand
That'll hit.
and the second attack.
And that'll hit. Oh, very close. Very close.
Come on, Finch, you got this.
I got this.
All right. Yeah, it does not look good. You know, you at this point, you know what? You see the belly too, and you're like, hey, belly, good target. That's good slicing. And so you start slicing and dicing, and
That's good place.
fat just starts oozing. Guts start coming out. It's not looking great. This thing is on its last legs. It looks like if it does survive Finch's, Vesper's, Yuri's, and Helio's turn, it will be very lucky.
First things first. Bonus action. Healing Yuri.
Bonus action, heal giant.
I'll do that at first level. How bad is Yuri looking?
I'm fine. I'm not even bloodied yet. I'm taking half damage on pretty much all this, by the way. So
I know. I'll just give you a nice
doing
little
great.
7 there.
All right.
Thank you.
Then, as always, Fire Blast.
Give it to me.
Bolt.
That'll hit. Good roll. Here we go. Big money.
Fuck.
Da.
Ah.
Well,
Oh.
you kind of you throw it right at its nose. You know, you kind of like burn the nose right off of it. You know, leaving it with like a big kind of like singe mark right in its face. You know, but it's still standing. It's rocking back and forth. Doesn't look great, but it's still standing. Vesper, how do you want to kill this thing?
Still standing.
I want to do the thing that baseball players do when they are coming up to take a bat, like they swing it around a few times, and then just like a baseball player, step with my left and then swing from the right.
All right, give it to me.
Oh man, if this misses, that's gonna suck.
That'll hit. And that
Those are
will
still
do
good.
it. That will do it.
Okay, cool.
It will let out one final like brah, 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 as it kind of like, you know, tumbles to the ground, but Legend of Zelda boss style. And like a big like thud happens, you know, the whole world kind of shakes for a moment. And I will say that you guys are out of combat.
Hey.
Yay. Thanks.
Cool.
See, I told you I was fine.
Oh my god, I just want field ambiance, please.
Who the fuck is a cat lady?
Poe is going to while Poe's doing that, can I loot?
Loot? Yeah, there's plenty of loot.
I want to loot because we don't have any money.
I will
I
say
want to loot this building.
that you find, you see, that there's one thing that that's the one thing I forgot to prepare for this combat. I forgot to do loot because you guys never loot anything, so I've actually kind of forgotten to do loot for this one. So give me a minute while I think of some things that you'll find in a giant camp.
I mean, we don't have to do it now. We could save it for next or like 2 weeks from now. But just note, I want to loot.
All right. I'll say you'll find. Actually, shit. You know what has a reference for this? Hold on. I know what has a reference for this. The book does.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I remember how we're doing a module, everyone. Remember that? Man.
Something
wow.
about giants.
Yeah, remember how we're doing the module? This one has giant, like, loot. Let me just search loot. I'm sure it has that in here somewhere. I know that there's a table that has, like, giant camp loot. I have to...
Oh, is this part of the module?
No, this isn't. This is my
Oh.
own. This is something I made. But it has a like general, if your players attack a giant camp, here's what they might find inside kind of loot.
Cool.
Convenient.
Very convenient. I just have to find out what page it's on. I will say though, we are definitely going to next session be doing the one shot. Having completed this combat, we are 100%. There is like pretty much nothing that will stop us from doing the one shot next week. Unless we decide that, like, I don't know, we're gonna like take a Spelljammer to space. That's pretty much it. Like, we've done it. We won.
I actually have to dip out real fast, though. I'm so sorry.
All right.
I gotta dip out early because I'm expecting I'm watching someone's dog and they're dropping him off.
Okay. All right. You're good. You're good. You're not gonna miss too much. Don't worry. Have a good one.
If you're still here, I'll jump back in and when they're gone. But all right.
Okay.
Bye.
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 May not be able to do next week because I leave. Why is my calendar not pulling up? Because I arrive. I'm moving to dorms on the Friday, so like on the 9th.
Ah.
Oh.
Very exciting. Very exciting. If that's the case, if you can't make it, just let me know. And since I think this one shot's going to be really fun, and it will also kind of set the scene for what's going to happen the session after this one, I might postpone it. Maybe like we might do it like the day after or something if we're all free. I don't know, because I kind of want everybody to be there because I think it'll be a fun diversion from the campaign itself. But we'll see. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just the omnipotent god. I know nothing. I'll find the loot right later because for whatever reason it's nowhere in this book. But
That's fine. Yeah.
There is loot. I'll just send it to you after the session.
Okay.
Poe, hey, you've got an undead. Not an undead. You've got a dead. I guess technically undead alive.
Did somebody
boy
say
here.
charisma?
Yes.
And
So-
after a little bit of time, you know, you kind of like shake the guy awake, kind of like maybe toss water on him. He'll wake up. And
Bo wants to slam him against the rocks over here.
oh yeah, okay, that can happen.
Get it, girl.
He will be slammed against the rocks. Is this a non-lethal slam or a lethal
This
slam?
is non-lethal. She's got some questions.
Okay, all right, yeah, lots of blood, lots of screaming and pain. You know,
That's when I walk over.
torturous noises, but still alive. Maybe a broken nose or two.
Okay. I would like to take one of my claws and take out one of his eyes.
Okay, eye out.
Good lord.
And
Can-
once
if it's
the eye
like-
is out, she's going to say, let's see. She's going to say,
Where do the followers of Bane take the tabaxi claws?
He'll look at you like he'll cock his head to the side and he'll like be like, what are you talking about?
You have one eye left. Would you like to be blind?
He'll say like, oh no, blind, please, no thanks. But the followers of Bane, we take tabaxi claws, up near Mirabar. Yeah, we take them to Mirabar. That we sell them to the dwarfs there for a pretty penny.
then she will say,
Thank you.
and then she will kill him
Okay,
by cutting his throat open.
he will die immediately.
Could we have, just for funsies, insight check? like
You
we said?
totally can insight check that.
Okay. I mean, I'm terrible at it, but I'm just kidding.
Hey, he's
Oh.
not telling the truth. This guy had no fucking idea what the hell what she was talking about. This guy completely had no idea. He was just saying whatever came to his mind at the moment. He's too dead to answer any further questions. So, but I don't know if you're gonna break that to your new friend.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I was gonna say, you know, he was lying, right?
How can you be sure?
I mean, did you not hear the way he was speaking? He was obviously just trying to think of anything that came to mind in order for you to not kill him.
It did not work.
These cultists taking Tabaxi claws from just...
You are a quick one. Yes? What
I
is your
heard that.
name?
I told it to you earlier, but it was Vespa.
Vesper.
Yes.
This one is Paul. It is nice to meet you.
Opo.
And your name?
Oh, I'm Goldfinch.
Because you're a golden, yes?
Well, I'm mainly orange, but close enough.
But you are not a bird.
I could be.
I don't think you want to.
I like your Goldfinch.
Thank you. I like you.
What is your
Oh.
name?
I'm Yori. Who are you?
Yori. This one is Paul. You are an orc, yes?
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
I respect your people, but
And then she'll walk away.
Yuri
Well,
looks
headed.
at Finch. Did I...
Just
What?
gives him a wink.
Who? I... Okay.
where are you all headed?
Golden Fields, in order to aid in some attacks from giants.
Perhaps they have more cultists with them. Is there coin involved?
I guess whatever we can loot is fine.
You are very lucky. This one will join you.
And this one will be happy? I'm looking to Finch. I mean,
I'm just thoroughly enjoying watching this.
You are the leader, correct?
Never really talked about that. But I
It
mean,
would
if
Yes.
not be the orc. He is too out of control. I can see it in his eyes. It would not be this one, for she is too satisfied with herself. But you,
It's just not like that.
you have purpose. This one sees it. We will follow you. For now.
Wait, has anyone inside checked Poe yet?
Can
No.
we?
yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
I'm probably not gonna do as well, but eh.
Why would I start rolling
Nope.
well now?
0.
I might as well.
I'm so confused about Poe.
Hey, Finch, do it with disadvantage for me.
That's completely fair.
Hey, so Poe is very difficult to read. And Vesper, you already kind of have trouble reading people anyways, so like, yeah. Yuri, you already have trouble reading people as it is. Yeah. Finch,
Think
you're
I'd
good
be
at
good
reading
with that.
people, and even though, like, you're good at it, you're kind of like,
I think I just look at Finch and just like sputter for a minute, like, who the did we? Where did?
Looks like we got a new teammate, boss. And she'll like give Vesper a little hip bump and go over to just watch Poe from a distance.
Tell me, do any of you have any dream mist?
Dreams?
Dream mist. Have you not heard of it?
Dream mist.
Yes.
Ever heard
Is that a
of
drug?
Dream Mist?
It is a drug, actually.
I was gonna say
Yes.
it definitely is. It's definitely a drug. I was double checking my knowledge on that because I have a drug dealing character in another campaign.
That's great.
I mean, actually, it's not my character. It's my best friend's character is a drug dealing. He's a drug dealing grung from Schultz, and one of the drugs that he deals is Dream Mist. And I was just making sure that I was right on that. I was like, okay, yes, okay.
I had a drug dealing paladin. It was the best.
Oh my god.
Because, like, we robbed a slaver who was growing drugs, and I just, like, grabbed a bunch of pillowcases and filled them up.
Oh my goodness.
We made a lot of money.
I bet.
Oh my god.
Okay, continue. I just had to Google it to make sure I was right because I was like, I remember in the backstory that my friend wrote that he mentioned Dream Mist, and I just wanted to make sure that was the same thing. Keep going.
Do any of you have it? Yes.
Actually, you guys could make a history check to determine if you even know history or nature, or maybe survival, to determine like if any of you guys know what Dream Mist is.
Would Finch have advantage given her background?
Yeah, I would say that you would have advantage.
Holy shit, Vesper.
Vesper
okay.
knows. Vesper, I guess maybe it's done Dream Mist before.
I mean, who knows?
I mean, Poe definitely looks cracked out. Just heads up.
I will say that both of you do know what Dream Mist is. You know that it comes from, if I'm not mistaken, it comes from Chult, or at least it's very rare on the Sword Coast. It's very difficult to cultivate, and it generally takes a very humid, moist climate to kind of how do I put it, to cultivate it correctly. Because it's also very poisonous. The leaves that it comes from is very, very, very poisonous, and it needs to be cultivated very, very carefully, so that way it doesn't have too much poison content in it, and it needs to be handled equally as carefully, so that way it doesn't poison the user. But it is a very potent hallucinogenic drug when properly created. And despite being somewhat rare, there are dealers in pretty much every major city along the Sword Coast. I would say it's a rare, find at some taverns. Like, you can go to a tavern and, if you request Dream Mist, under the counter, they might be able to be like, oh, I know a guy, I could hook you up, that kind of thing.
Regrettably, we do not possess any.
Well, Poe is looking for dreams. So if you find any, let this one know.
Well, shall we?
Yeah.
Lead and I will follow.
I don't know which way's east.
Don't worry, I'm taking you guys to the map. There it is. All right. And after that, the traveling is pretty smooth. You just kind of make your way through the fields, and you start approaching Golden Fields. And the land starts becoming less of these craggy kind of rocks, and it becomes more green and kind of fertile. And then once you approach the city, you can kind of see up on a hill there is a walled, a big walled city sitting right, just a couple miles out. I would say you guys probably get to about here, and it looks very tranquil, very peaceful. And let me pull up the book because this is all from the book now. I'm just letting the book do the heavy lifting for this part, gang.
Play.
There it is. All right. That's not it? Okay, cool. Thanks.
That's who Poe reminds me of.
Good.
Jargo.
Jargo?
Zargo.
Yargo.
Ah,
Yargo.
she's a.
Oh,
different-
Jazargo!
She's a cross between the Khajiit and Devora from Mortal Kombat.
Oh, is that the character in Skyrim that says like really funny stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's his name?
No, I'm thinking of someone
Jazargo.
else.
Jazargo, he's the one that, he attends the College of Winterhold, and he does magic scrolls. Oh, they always suck. Like, they like, have, like, a very powerful effect, but then they always, like, end up fucking you up as well. But, you guys approach from the east. And as you guys get closer, you notice that there is no gate on the eastern side of this village. Let me drag you guys to the map of Golden Fields, so that way we can see it all together.
No.
Welcome back! You're just in time. You just missed the
Yeah,
discussion.
sorry.
You just missed the drug discussion. That's all you missed.
Oh yeah,
Drug.
yeah. Poe was asking for drugs from us.
Drugs. I mean, Helios got some mushrooms.
Oh shit, he does.
Drugs.
But yes, you approach Golden Fields. And I will say that you guys kind of circle around, unless you guys want to, for some reason, scale the walls, you can. But you
I
can
mean-
kind of loop back around and come
No.
in through the front.
We'll do this the right way.
It would
Oh,
be
okay.
so much fun though.
It would, but I'd rather
Since
do this
when?
the right way.
Since I want to see if Finch can wall climb.
I will say, if you get close enough, Finch, you could tell that,
Oh,
like,
Matt.
you definitely could wall climb these walls. These walls are very, very, like, they're out of shape. They're, like, not very, like, they're in disrepair. You know that, like, if any invading force were to come, these walls, though they would put up a small, like, resistance, would not, like, be able to stop, like, a whole tide of, evildoers.
I'll give you a boost.
Hell yeah.
Are
I'll
you,
totally
are
uplift
you
in front of
actually going to help Finch climb the wall?
Finch just gives Vesper the "Can
Yeah.
I please do this?" look.
I'm gonna give her the mom look.
I'm kneeling down. I've got my hands linked together. Step right here, and then I'll boost you up, okay? Grab that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have high intelligence, not wisdom. Let's go.
I will say that you can climb it. With a boost, you definitely can climb it. It's not difficult. You know, it's kind of like a climbing wall, like a gym. You know, it's a little bit difficult. You know, like it's definitely like for like somebody of your physical ability, it's a little bit tough. But I mean, like you can get to the top, and you get to the top, and when you get there, you'll see a guard running from this direction, running over towards you. And kind of like yelling like, "Stop! Stop! Don't cross the wall!"
Oh shit! Oh shit! Just like a brief moment where her arms are up, like "Fuck yeah, king of the world!" Then she sees the guard and just, "Oh fuck, Vesper, what do I do?"
Oh, shit.
I told you to not to. I'm gonna start making my way towards the gate, like
Oh, okay.
ignoring all of this.
Finch, make
I'll
me a
help.
perception check really quick as this person is running towards you.
Oh, sorry, that shouldn't have been at advantage.
Doesn't matter. The 17 works. You kind of squint your eyes at this guard, because the guard looks familiar. And who is it other than Alara Winterspell, back again from like session 2.
Oh man, from Night Star.
Laura!
She's running at you. She's like, "Stop! Don't cross the wall. What are you doing?" You know, kind of like running at you. She doesn't seem to recognize you.
Finch just immediately puts her arms out with like a hug motion, just smiles at her.
When she gets close enough, she'll get like, you know, a little bit closer. And once she finally realizes who it is, she'll like maybe not fully go for the hug, but will kind of like go for like the one arm, like, "Hey, chum, how's it going?" You know, thanks for saving my entire village, but you know, she'll like, you know, kind of like see like, what are you doing here? What on earth? Like, what are you doing?
Oh. Well, we're heading to the Golden Fields, and I mean, it's a kind of shitty wall, and I just really wanted to climb it.
She'll look like a little bit offended, and she'll say like, "I mean,
Well, it's a lovely wall, but like, I could climb it.
she'll like nod like, "Yeah, I guess, you know, fair." And she'll say, like, well, we'll be glad to have you. I'm simply staying here as an adventurer myself. They hire adventurers to do patrols on the wall, because the guard staff is a little bit short. And it's decent coin, so I'm staying around for a little while. But I'm going to adventure around some more after, I kind of make some money and I can, afford a ticket out of here kind of thing.
I don't know whether or not you want to fight, but I would maybe advise playing it a little safe for the upcoming time. I have good reason to believe there might be a few fights coming this way.
She'll nod and she'll say, like, yes, the village is on high alert. Apparently there is a brigade of hill giants coming this way. And there's been a frost giant sighted in the area of all things. Very far from the north, but I'm ready to fight whatever comes our way. And she'll kind of like put her spear on the ground sort of forcefully.
Can I just is there a check I can make to see if she's going any stronger than when we last met and she just couldn't hit anything?
Oh, that's right.
Investigation!
Heck yeah.
You look her up and down, you kind of like look at her. She's definitely gotten better gear. She's got a little bit less, like, she's a little bit, like, more, like, well-built. Like, stronger. Maybe not as strong as somebody, like, in your group, but strong. Like, she's good.
All right.
If she made it this far, like, she had to travel, if we look at the map here, blah, 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 blah. She had to travel quite a ways, and you can assume that along that journey, up the North Furrow Road, she would have encountered at least some kind of resistance, The North Furrow Road is notorious for being, less well-guarded than, the Long Road, and it's only really well-guarded during, the fall, when, harvests are coming in. And Golden Fields is known as it's basically the breadbasket of Waterdeep, and it supplies all of the other cities in the area with food. And really, its food is found even as far as Mirabar up in the north. The only time of year when that road is really well guarded is when they're trying to get the harvests from Golden Fields to Waterdeep. But let me drag you guys back. There you go.
Well, you certainly look a little more seasoned. How long does your shift last? You should come get drinks with us, or help, or maybe even travel with us for a brief time.
She'll nod and she'll look very excited and she'll say, of course. Yes. I get done and she'll kind of look at the sun and she'll say oh, it must be in a few hours. Around nightfall, I'll join you. And maybe we can meet up. There's a tavern here in town, a quite big one.
Sure. Oh, what's the tavern called?
I have to look at the map of Golden Fields and find it. It's called North Furrow's End, and it is... It is right here, out in the middle of nowhere.
Alright,
And standing up here from the wall, I will say you can look down at it. It's a big building. It's very large. And it looks tavern-like.
Out of curiosity, we're actually looking for someone. What was his name?
Snag the giant.
What?
You broke up a little.
Harshnag the frost giant.
Have you... That frost giant you're talking about, Harshnag, what have you heard about him?
I've heard a little bit. He apparently, before I got here, he came to the village, and, he interacted with some of the, the leaders, the people that are in charge around here. The abbot, and the head of the guard, and, the Castellan from Waterdeep. All three of them got a, small audience with the giant, discussing, I guess, defense or something. But why they would want to talk to a frost giant, I don't understand. The frost giant, as far as I have been told, has gone into the hills to hunt down the invading giants, and then to report back if he sees anything after he tries to convince them to stay away.
All right. That is good to know. Would those people that you just mentioned, are they near the tavern?
The people, like, are you talking about the people that, like, talk to the...
Yeah, the abbot, guard captain, and what
Yeah,
was the third?
she'll say, the abbot, the guard captain, and the castellan. Let me send you how that word is spelled. Castellan. There you go. Like the guy that owns, like, a castle, essentially, is that what that is? It's, like, a term in Waterdeep used for, like, minor officials. But she'll say, like, the abbot generally runs a temple towards the center of town. He's a priest, after all. It's Alardin Darovic is his name. And the Castellan, is a man which nobody seems to really respect. But he's a minor noble from Waterdeep. His name is Hanatus Taram. And then the guard captain is a half-orc, by the name of... Blah, 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 blah. I gotta find him. His name is Strog Thunderblade.
All right. That is a hell of a name.
It is. Strog Thunderblade is a powerful one. But, she'll kind of, like, say, like, I've got to get back to my, my post. I was just sent out here by the, barracks of guards to kind of make sure that you weren't some kind of invading bandit. It's a common technique for the bandits to kind of, like, hop up over the walls and start, looting houses. So I just had to make sure you're not one of the riffraff.
Of course, of course.
Were you going to say something?
I'll see you later then.
She'll, like, wave and give you, like, a very big, enthusiastic smile, and will kind of, like, trot back down the wall, and kind of, like, get back to the guard post.
And she'll give her a wink as she leaves, and, like, just, like, like a kid standing on, like, the edge of a, like... Do you know, like, those edges of, like, a raised garden beds, just walking along the side of it,
Oh,
where,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
everyone
yeah,
else
yeah,
walked
yeah.
on the floor? Yeah, she's just doing that.
Okay.
Smugly.
And like a helicopter mom, Yori is walking along the bottom with both hands up, ready to spot her when she falls.
All right. I will say after a bit of that, are you guys gonna come with Vesper around to the front of the town, or are you guys gonna continue your wall-based shenanigans?
Wall-based shenanigans.
Front of the town?
Eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Vesper, you make it to the front gates, and this is where important things have to be done. Very, very important. Pull up my notes about this city. All right. It says to read you this little blurb of text about the city. It says, the North Furrow Trail ends in a magnificent stone gatehouse carved with images of a full-bodied woman, who you can make a religion check to determine who it is. Cradling cornucopias filled with vast amounts of food. You would know it's Shantia, a goddess of nature and bounty and, like, harvest, fertility, a very popular Faerunian god. Has, like, some Fae connections, and is also a big supporter of Meliki. And then you can make me an investigation check to look a little bit closer at the statue, see if you notice anything interesting about it. Hey, you notice that the statues, there are odd ways to depict this god. Odd ways to depict a god that's, like, known to, like, for, like, celebrations and fertility, all this cool stuff, fun vibes. You'll notice that the statues are kind of, like, weeping a little bit. They've got sad, mournful expressions on their face. And each depiction of her has these, like, creeping, thorny vines that kind of, like, shroud, like, her legs, kind of, like, crawling up from below. And it's just sort of, like, an odd sight. And you'll also notice that in some depictions, the ones where she's holding cornucopias, the food inside is, like, as best as you can depict by a carving, is, like, rotting a little bit.
would I know that that's normal?
That's definitely not normal.
Okay. Can I just, like, make a very confused face at the statues for a bit, standing there?
You can. If you do it long enough, a guard will kind of approach, and they will say, like, are you trying to gain entrance into the city of Golden Fields?
Yes.
They'll, like, say, like, yes, guards, like, open the gate, and, there'll be, like, a quick, like, little, like shuffling behind the gate, and the gate will kind of, like, open up, and, they'll say, like, adventurers are welcome, just, behave yourself, please. And the tavern is over that way, and it'll point towards this building over here.
Is this normal?
He'll say, about the wall. The abbot's already investigated it. Says it's some kind of divine intervention or something. I don't know. I'm not from around here. I'm just a freelancer. I'm out of Waterdeep, so we get people here all the time who kind of come and look at the wall kind of inquisitively, but I don't know.
Does Helio see the statues as well?
You totally do.
And be like, no. Those. And he'll point.
What did you say, sorry?
He said, no. Those. And he'll point at the rotting.
Oh yeah,
looking.
No, he'll again, like, just shake his head, like, no, I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't know, apparently it's a fairly recent occurrence, but I mean, I don't know anything about it. I don't worship whatever god that is.
So they haven't always looked like that?
He'll again shrug and say, like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm just a freelancer out of Waterdeep. I'm only here for a month or two until, you know.
Off and turn away. Useless.
After kind of like noticing you're done, he'll kind of just like shrug and go back to his post. He will call out though, say like, if you want more information, talk to the abbot. And he'll kind of just go back to his post and kind of lackadaisically kind of
He'd mockingly say, to the abbot. He'd be like, what's an abbot? That's the group, what's an abbot?
You should know what an abbot is, Helio. You've been in a library for so long.
No, I mean, like, what's an abbot? I'm sorry.
I mean, an abbot is essentially like the leader of like a church or like a small religious denomination.
No, I mean, Helio was being rhetorically sarcastic.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I was gonna say, like, if you're actually asking, I can define it for you. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'll walk in, and I don't know. Did Poe go with Team B or Team A?
She's with Vesper.
Okay.
So, yeah. Hey, speaking of Team B, are Team B still wall-basing shenanigans over there, or are wall-based shenanigans over? Although we're actually nearly done, so.
I kind of assumed we'd just follow them back to the entrance and eventually got down.
Okay.
On the other side.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just check everything. All right. The last thing we will do for tonight is you will walk into the village, all of you, and you will see a very serene, very calm village full of small kids kind of running around, people working in fields, and you'll be greeted by a large statue of Shantia, just similar to the ones you saw outside. All this one's much more ornate and well carved, and it is similarly afflicted with an odd it looks mournful. It looks like like the food it holds is rotting. And you'll also notice that there's offerings placed around the base of the statue, and all the offerings are rotted and kind of falling apart.
Is it sus?
About it later.
Very sus, huh? And other than that, you just see a couple farmsteads. You see a building right across the way labeled it's got a sign called Earth Mother's Bounty, and it says seeds for sale, like right underneath.
Okay.
And then you kind of just see the road leading inward towards the town square over here.
Onward go, I guess.
All right, and we'll explore the townward square and figure out what those statues are about and all that next week, gamers.
Yeah, we're gonna try to store some drugs too.
There we
I
go.
honestly think if did she say drugs or any? What did she say when she?
She asked for Dream Mist if we had any, and I said we don't have any. And she was like, well, we'll be on the lookout for some then.
Oh, okay.
Let me make a folder for our goblin party. And let me give you guys each a character sheet in the goblin party thing.
I was gonna say, oh man, too bad that goblin died in that fight, or I would have been like, can I be that goblin?
You can be his brother.
Because this one shot is going to be set at the same time, or like before that fight.
It will be set before. It'll be set before, and it will be set before the events of next session.
Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. The person wants to be a kobold.
I do. That has no idea why he's here with a bunch of goblins. But he is.
I love it.
There are 5 of you guys, right? I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I just. suck
Ooh,
at
do you
counting.
guys know what classes you want?
Barbarian.
So I'm gonna steal an idea from a friend, and I'm
Can we
thinking
be
of making.
anything?
Yes, you can be anything. Don't worry. You guys are gonna have a lot of friends with you, so do not worry about the whole, like, oh no, our party has to be balanced, kind of thing.
What level are we going to be at?
You guys are level 5 right now.
Level 6.
Level 6. You guys are gonna be level 5 or 6 for the thing. I'll let
Okay.
you guys know. Level yourselves up to level 5, and then I'll.
Wait, you guys are level 6?
Yeah.
What?
I'm level 5.
I'm level 5 too.
Wait, I'm level 6.
I'm level 6. He told us we leveled up after our
Yeah.
little heart-to-heart thing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I
Emotional
didn't learn
troubles.
that
Yeah.
until like 2 days ago,
I forgot
but
about
I did
that.
know that.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot.
I think Lady Agatha was level 4 though. Yeah, Lady Agatha was level 4.
Oh no. Well.
Shady.
Shady.
Oh no.
What happened? All right.
Think of all the smack you could do.
Right. Well,
All the
hell, I'll level up. Shit.
All right. You should be seeing character sheets appear in your thing, but you can't edit them yet because I suck at doing Roll20.
I don't even see a new folder.
Roll20 sucks at doing Roll20. So
Yeah, that's.
It really does.
Yeah, it does. Oh boy. Oh jeez.
Okay, so we just get to play like 5th level goblins. That's cool.
Goblins,
We have a
whatever
barbarian
kind
already.
whatever kind of evil adjacent race you want to play. I'm not.
Evil adjacent.
You will just be kind of causing trouble, causing chaos. You will.
That makes complete sense.
Okay. What was your idea, person?
Yeah.
You want to be a kobold?
I'm gonna be a blue kobold that is a sorcerer but thinks he's a wizard and uses a cookbook, and he's
Oh,
going
Lord.
to hold the cookbook upside down because he doesn't know common.
Love that.
Perfect. All right. The only thing I will say is don't get too attached to these characters. Do not get attached to them. Do not. I'm telling you right now. Don't get attached to these characters.
Sounds about right.
Or do get attached to them. I mean, like, if you want things to be very tragic for you the session after that, then that's cool. But I mean, like, I'm just saying.
We're gonna have to kill them.
You might have to kill them.
He's gonna be like that foreign exchange student friend Like,
Or an exchange student.
yeah.
Oh my god.
He's
Oh, there
here,
we go.
but he doesn't know why, but he's having fun. He enjoys his company.
All
Um,
right. So yeah, you guys should all have character sheets. You should be able to edit them now, hopefully. Question mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh,
All
Just
right.
keep-
man.
Can I keep this name? I love it.
Go for it. It's all yours.
I don't even
Ever-
know how to where to start to pronounce mine.
Mine is Ebio Aikagak. Ihogak? Ehogak. Ehogak.
I already
Ahogak?
changed my name.
Ahogak?
Ehogak.
Yeah.
Mine's Alcio Fipo.
Okay, so we got a barbarian, we got a sorcerer.
I think I want to go monk
My goodness, yes.
because I like monks.
I think I want to be a DPS cleric.
Okay.
Ooh, DPS. cleric.
Okay.
That's fancy.
Do we have to be goblins? Could we be a bugbear?
You can be a bugbear. You can be a hobgoblin. You can be. You can be. I'll say pretty much anything. I'm not picky. Just whatever you want, man. Do whatever you want. I'm not like. So long as your character would make sense hanging out with a bunch of goblins, then you're good.
Okay. I'm down. Okay, I gotta bounce because I have to go to work in like less than half an hour. But I'll make this tonight. I know what I'm doing at work.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Alright, I'm gonna finish taking care of this little fart here, and then I will talk to y'all later. Yeah, she's still a puppy, but she's
Aw.
huge.